Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a great morning. What's up, Lista Lass, Grim Pandragon? What's up, Pukeborn, Battered Cake, 1 of 4, Sir MRE? Hey there, John Pirate, Nikon Rossi, EU, Dindy. What's up, Hicks FD, Nelderberry, and all the other cool early people? We're going to be playing some Nova Drift, at least to start this morning. Let's head on in. I'm ready. I woke up today with an idea for a build, and I wanna give it a shot. Gonna get back to some darts this morning, I think. Alright, where's my darts at? Not here. Right here. What's up, Finisos? Good to see ya. Always amazed how many people show up for these early streams. Thanks for being here. It's gonna be a fun one. I got a good feeling about today. So I think here I'm gonna do darts and I'm gonna drop my shield. Let's go for a battery to start here. Battery gets extra weapon damage and projectile size. So this is essentially a 50% increase to the efficiency of each dart. Or a 35% damage up overall, and then we get extra projectiles too. Very much like Courser, this ship likes to get warp strikes, so you're accessing the other side of the darts. But very effective ship regardless. Alright, anything that gets us towards warp strike's good. Magnitude's also very nice. Let's see what volley looks like. Okay, velocity snipe in this tree gets us towards warp strike. Let's just work towards that. I'm gonna take the extra thrust. This ship, what's the base stats? 125 hull, 75 thrust. So yeah, the thrust is very good. Targeting would be also very nice. Oh, it's a little bit of an awkward aimer. I haven't played this ship on mouse and keyboard yet. We're getting there. A little targeting would go a long way. Okay, I'm also going to take Streamline here. Instead of Deadly Wake, Streamline is going to reduce our maximum hull, but it decreases our size and is a percentage thrust increase. And that's important because we only started at 75 thrust, so we're going to want that later. Even if I do drop my shield, which is kind of my intention, that's going to be a pretty important thing. Alright, we boosted. Nice. This works towards what we want. Let's see here. I don't want to try to get away without using homing strike, though it is very good on darts. Let's just grab a magnitude here. That's free damage. And a lot of it. Okay, so I'm going to use these, the sidelines on the ship to aim. I was trying to aim using the mouse cursor, which is what you'd usually do, but the indicators of the light coming off the ship for aiming is a lot more effective. Got to kind of rework the way my brain's thinking about aiming. It's a little difficult this early in the morning, but here we are. Yeah, we'll definitely be continuing our city. I have this terrible problem right now. I have so many games that I'm enjoying playing. Cities will definitely make a return at some point. Guidance probably is pretty decent here, but maybe not necessary at the moment. Let's use a reroll. Alright, here's regeneration. Hey, Jukes, wow, thanks for 16 months. Welcome back. Really appreciate that continuation. Ow. This is like the champion version of this enemy. It's a biggie boy. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, I should take guidance if I see it, just because it's going to improve our aiming. There it is. Oh, good question, Sir Emery. So, rerolls you get mostly from killing bosses, and also the loot snakes that come across the screen. You can get them from those as well. That's the two main sources of rerolls. Okay, so for every evolutionary niche we would take, we get 1.5% weapon damage, 2% projectile size, so 3.5% damage for all projectiles. I wonder with +3 projectiles for projectile weapons, if 3 of these or 4 of these would actually add a projectile. It's an idea. Maybe we'll find out this run. Okay, guidance is good because I don't have to be as precise with my aiming. And also we end up getting Warp Strike, which is the first thing we're really working towards as far as super mods go. We're going to have an easier time with that. Really looking forward to having Warp Strike because I don't have to worry about aiming really at all. Yeah. What's Convergence do? It doesn't seem great. Definitely Candescence is being taken here. I think after the initial wave of bosses, so there's bosses at wave 40, wave 60, wave 80, wave 100, I think boss style enemies after that have a chance to drop rerolls as well. Rerolls are still a pretty precious resource. You can't bank on getting very many. There's also a few mods which give rerolls as well. Winnow being the main one that banishes all the mods on the screen from the pool and gives you size down and 7 rerolls. I'm gonna roll here. Okay, there's Snipe, so now we have Warp Strike in the pool, and it showed up immediately. That is a very serendipity circumstance. Okay, now that we have this going on, I definitely would like to save up for Ataraxia now. That'll allow us to get a lot of this XP that's on the very edge of the screen. Okay, coming in from this side. Just gonna cruise in here real quick. Very good. Alright, so now we're gonna save up the four rerolls required. Or 4 levels required to get Ataraxia in the pool. That's gonna be our next super mod. That was a lot of HP on this wave, man. Okay, this is also minus velocity. The projectile damage and size down, it's like a 30% damage down. It's pretty tough. I may end up taking this anyways, though. So now, instead of using rerolls here, I'm just going to save up to five levels and then take one as a way to fish for Ataraxia. We're going to have at least 4 upgrades on hand in order for it to appear. Hey, Heels, glad you could make it this morning. Or afternoon, as it is for you. It's a big feller right here, man. Whoa, I don't want to die. In fact, the opposite of what I'm trying to do. Here we go, we're back to 5 now. Okay, I am going to grab Volley right now. Yeah. The more I focus on dodging, the less I focus on aiming on this ship, the better off we're going to be. Alright, rate of fire, I'm in. There it is, Ataraxia. Let's go ahead and grab payload. That's a huge increase in damage for darts. Alright, let's take burst fire. Okay, let's take some hull. That's really our first defensive take. Yeah, this is the ticket right here. I like burst fire on ships that have 2 sides firing because you're often turning while you fire, so it kind of creates a shotgun style spread. Alright, Splinter is going to be a nope here. I'm going to grab 1 hyper metabolism here. It's going to reserve 15% of our total hull, but give us 45% more regeneration. Yo, Harmonious Gaming, thanks for 8 months, and Kovan, thanks for 6. 687, they say. 345. Alrighty. Absorption, here we go. I guess by taking the hypermetabolism, I'm fading away from essence sap, which is also pretty good here, but that'd be a good thing to cut. Hey, hope you're having a great one too, Mountain Man Dan. Cheers. All right, let's go ahead and take Revelation here. Next recursive wild mod you choose is gained additional 2 times. That's essentially a free level after we take a wild mod. I'm thinking stacking Defiance here would be really good. I can see this turning into a siege weaponry build. Oof. Big bada boom. What's this do? Lose all of your rerolls? I don't want to do that right now. Alright, Warpath. I need to do some more experimentation with firing array. I believe for the purposes of this ship, firing array affects both sides individually. Oh, taking firing array with just the base 2 projectiles then would be really good. Yeah. I kind of like the idea of double tap here. Probably end up regretting that though. Let's reroll here. Alright, we're leafing and we're winding. At 60 seconds of no damage taken, would be at 50% global damage. You take damage pretty consistently in this game, but let's just say Leaf on the Wind is always going to be adding some form of global damage, which is great for us. Even if it's just, 4%, that's still pretty high functioning for a build like this. Alright, Weapon Mastery, sign me up. Could shoot for this new super mod. I think I'm gonna hold off on that though. Wow, Mine Specialist makes me want to go Loaded Mines here. You know what, if it's gonna toss Mine Specialist at me, I'm going to. I bet the mines would have very big darts here. It's a little bit late to be taking mines, but it's only 2 upgrades away from having loaded mines. Alright, you know what? Let's go in the singularity. Let's get it out of here. Nothing like diving into a black hole. Easy. It's going to be a bit of a doozy here. I don't have a good way on this ship really to hit one specific point on the ship. So we're going to be DPSing rather evenly. Bit of a nemesis for this one, I'd say. There are some advantages to killing bosses slower. Very often the loot snakes show up on boss fights. Uh-oh. Well, almost dead doesn't count. Alright, let's re-roll. Okay, adrenal modules, more global damage. Should probably be going into adaptive armor here, though. Let's go ahead and take adrenal module. I'm already reserving a portion of my hull, so we're gaining flat global damage on that. We're at 116% global damage. Nice. Okay, right after taking damage, what are we at? 114. Cool. Missing some key defensive picks for the ship right now. I'd like to round out our defense if I can. Okay, there's mines though. Getting loaded mines will actually load a lot of DPS into this build. Loaded dart mines are good, and the increased projectile size from battery is going to complement that really well. Alright, corrosion's the pick here to get towards purification. Actually, maybe I should go purge and then take the other side of this. I like the effect of the darts adding, or the corrosive stacks going to the next enemy in line. But let's roll here. Okay, I'm gonna roll again. There's loaded mines. Let's see how this looks. I think loaded mines are going to be rather efficient. Oh yeah, those are some nice darts, dude. Oh yeah. Singularity appearing while this boss is on screen is not awesome. Almost dead. I'm gonna wait here. In fact. Okay, we're good. Oh, my XP. I think charge mines are now the dream. Those be some extremely large darts. Yeah, these mines are kind of the kick in the pants the build needed. Now this boss I'm exceptional against because you want to stay on the 45 here, and that's exactly where we're firing from. Wow, it's a hell of a wave to start this off here. Right after the boss, another boss then? Okay. You know best, game. Maybe be very careful when I come out of this reroll. We're gonna roll here. Okay, let's take Elegant Construction. This will greatly speed up the rate of mine application. When we reach the mine cap, it explodes our previous mine. So it's just going to be a lot more darts overall. This also increases the speed of mine creation per level we are, which is awesome. One of the few mods that scales with levels. Okay, I'm going to take Charge Shot here, and I don't actually intend on using Charge Shot myself. I intend on grabbing Charged Mines, which is now in the pool. I mean, I can charge these up and get some ultra big darts. Singularity detected. Oh man, I think I grabbed the... Let's go for this. Grabbing 5 levels here. Lose all rerolls and can't gain more, but 5 levels though. Okay, let's go ahead and take Adaptive Armor. It's a good defensive pick. I'm gonna go ahead and take Purge here. Caustic Nova that rolls over targets. That's nice. Okay, here's Purification. That's big money. Really wants me to take Corrosion. I don't know about that. Let's go ahead and take Channeling here. Alright, no Charge Mines yet. Fair enough. I think Homing Strike is the least offensive thing there. Just those 5 extra levels we got is 2.5% mine construction speed. Yeah, I only want mines on this build. If I'm going to do multiple constructs, I'll probably take Engineer. Engineer has a built-in synergy that they get increased construct speed for each construct that is unbuilt. So that applies construct building to your mines for your like dead drones that aren't built yet and stuff. So that's usually when you go multiple. We'll definitely be doing an allied darts build today as well. Oh hey, I got a Pin in my lap. Hold on. Hi Pin. What a good Pin. Alright, let me get caught up here. Squigs01, sorry for not seeing your resub earlier. Thanks for 9 months of Prime. And Spellsiger, thanks for 84. That's like 7 years, man. What are you doing, Pin? Being a good kitty? Yeah, you're the best kitty. That's right. You're the best kitty ever. Everybody knows it. You're sweet and you've never done anything bad your whole life. Just been a sweet Pin. Okay, there you go. She's wiggling her pickle. Life's good. I think I'm very much going to take Winnow here. The size down's really good. And I can live without all of these things. Hell yeah. What is burnout reactors? Let's see here. That's a good idea. Self-destruction plus candescence. Yeah, does increase mine effect, but maybe. I don't see myself going self-destruction here. That is a possibility. Look at all that XP. Give that to me. Okay, we'll take Force Armor. I still have not spent that 3 times Wild Mod. I think I'm really just looking for Defiance. I'm willing to take Burst Fire after I get Charged Mines. Though, if I take Burst Fire, our in-between volley is going to be really slow. Look at this biggie feller. The explosion that's going to come off the front of this shield if I let it happen is going to be so immense. Perhaps even an insta-kill on me here if the shield explodes. If I get in front of this enemy, he just releases all of that damage stored in the shield, and you can see he's jiggling mad right now. Watch out for that. Yo, Death, thanks so much for that raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a nice stream today. And Tactical Platypus, thank you so much for 10,000 bits. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it enough to even consider that. Really appreciate the support. It means a lot. So if I end up getting Charge Mines as well, this is just fine. Alright, let's take a look at Solar Heart here. 2% burn damage for every wild mod you own, 2% base damage for weapons that hit for every wild mod you own. Currently, this would be 3 of these. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wild mods in total. So 8 times 4 is 32, so we'll be taking 3.2 damage as burn damage a second. You know what, I think I'm going to take this because it's a very clean escalation in damage, and we certainly have the regeneration to cover that. Is that more than I thought? Oh, snap, 3.2 times 3. So we're barely regenerating now. Fair enough. But have you considered the damage, though? At least we didn't go into a deficit. God, this damage is insane, though. Yo, Veritas, thanks for making it official with Prime. Thank you. Alright, I'm going to take Bravado here. Actually, no, I'm not going to take any more. 0 more wild mods here. That's a fact. That's how we die. That 20% regeneration is going to be pretty functional here. Yeah, wow, that damage increase is nuts. I think we're gonna die because we took Solar Heart, but I'm enjoying the ride until we do. Epic dart joyride happening right now. Pinpin, I gotta tell you, it's a little hard to play this game with a kitty clawing in my lap. You're pretty cute, though. I'll allow it. Yo, there it is. All right, Charge Mines. All right. Charge shot no longer applies to you. Your mines no longer detonate when an enemy, when their trigger radius would do detonate on impact. Your mines constantly take 2 damage a second. So now the darts coming out of our mines are going to be massive. So that's cool. Whew. Those mines are violent. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take Ranker here. It's extra maximum hull and weapon damage and plating. And since we're not using charge here, it's really just the minus thrust. Also, with how much damage we already have, 5% weapon damage is not insignificant. Wow. Global damage, 152%. Burn damage modifier, 188%. Whoa. You kidding me? I would take another hype metabolism here, but it's banished out of the pool from Winnow. I did that. Okay, core shielding, self-damage resistance, yes. I'm gonna guess that Solar Heart counts as self-damage. It says burn damage, not self-damage. Well, either way, this is what I want, because we get armor stack duration, which is regeneration for us on the channeling side, and just better stats overall. 195 hull, that's a good amount. Yeah, we're regenerating at a rate that's not terrible. Yes, Pin, your food did go off. You don't have to get out of my lap if you don't want. Wow, she stayed. A lucky day for me. Dude, where'd this build come from? It came from a happy accident taking those 3 solar hearts. A fortunate miscalculation. Serendipity. Alright, I'm gonna take, I'm gonna try Burnout and go for Burnout Reactors here. I think it's the best pick out of these anyways. Yeah, I don't know if the burn damage from Solar Heart counts as self-damage, Landscape Go, but it very well could. This guy's gonna get jiggling mad real quick. I'm gonna say that this enemy is the nemesis of the battery. Here's Bravado again. Alright, I'm going to take Bravado. Unique powers are improved by 15%. That's going to be a huge increase to our damage. The downside is that the enemies are going to be stronger now. I mean, we're kind of outscaling the enemies. What? Did you guys see that? I destroyed the shield on the enemy? I didn't even know that was possible. Legend. Yo, Tactical Platypus, thank you for those 1,000 bits as well, in addition to that 10,000 earlier. Appreciate that kind message. Glad the stream has been some sort of inspiration to you. Best of luck with your journey. Okay, I need to scoot over here. Okay. That thermal lance style attack is one of the fastest hull destroyers in Nova Drift. Two of those on top of each other will wreck this build in no time flat. Oh hey, our hull going up to 209 actually increased our regeneration rate. That's cool. We have percentage-based regeneration, so the higher our hull is, the more regeneration we get. Whoa, 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 dude. Here's the thing. Just a little feller trying to get by here. It's a little feller. Excuse me? Little feller coming through. Well, one more iteration of our weapon certainly is not going to hurt. The rate of fire may add a projectile to the mines as well. Seems good. I'm very unwilling to take Juggernaut right now, even though it'd be a great increase in maximum hull. Wow, our hull would go up to... we're at 209 right now. Let's just round that down to 200, so another 40 hull. Yeah, thanks for clipping that, Landscaper. That was weird, man. I guess it makes sense that he loses the shield, but I've never seen that, and I've done some extreme damage to those shields. Elites do drop more XP. It's true. So technically, if you're going to take Bravado very early, is the time to take it. But, I mean, it's also very good late, just for the raw stats. I don't know, I'm kind of considering Juggernaut now that I'm thinking we're gaining 20% maximum hull. He's already jiggling. If I get in front of this enemy, I'm dead. I guarantee it. Oh, I took a wild mob. We're taking more burn damage. That was not smart. Okay. I done goofed, guys. I think that rounds that. If I see Juggernaut, I'm going to take it just to get a proportional increase in our regeneration. At least I didn't go into the negative. Another interesting play here would be to go down to Essence Sap, but I think it's too late in the build for that. Let's just go ahead and take the kinetic boost. Global damage increases as our speed does. Since we're always cruising around and darts stick at enemies doing damage over time, that's going to be good. Plus, who needs regeneration when everything dies immediately? Me, I'd like some regeneration. Wave 250. I guess for taking that burst fire, we did gain like another 6% burn damage. What's our modifier? Burn damage modifier 200%. 200. My man evaporated. Dang. Alright, I gotta see how this works. Juggernaut. There we go. 246 hull. 246. We're also now regenerating past. We could even take another wild mod if we wanted here. Though I think I should keep my regeneration where it's at. So the blue feller Scion that spawns on wave 100. We randomly get that with something else. It's probably going to be my downfall as enemies gain damage and turn rate and stuff. So Juggernaut speed down is going to be very tough. Can't believe how good this run is for our first run today. I'm telling you, I woke up today thinking about darts builds. My brain was like, hey you, it's 3:30 in the morning. Think about some darts. It's like, alright, I think I will. Don't mind if I do. This is the guy I'm worried about right now. So apparently that's happening, so maybe not as worried. Yo, Fred Freddington, thanks for 90 months. Much appreciation. Thank you. Okay, no, I don't want that. You know, convergence is interesting. I'm generally a little bit adverse to the minus rate of fire in projectile size, but the increased homing and adding projectiles to the loaded mines is interesting. Corrosion's overall probably pretty good too, though. I think I'm going to take corrosion here. Minus 10% weapon damage hurts a little bit, but the ability to have my darts apply damage to nearby enemies seems decent. I also feel like every time I take convergence on a darts build, I regret it. I think at best it's going to be a wash. Well, you know what? No, I'm going to take Phantom Strike here. No, I can't take any more damage from that. It's got to be corrosion. Gotta be corrosion. Let me see something here. Do you have to deploy mine on D? Okay, this is where I get a little worried. Really glad I didn't take that other wild mob. He'd be dead right now. I guarantee it. Oh, snap. This is a wave. Hey, cheers, Jeffrey Mack. Glad you could make it this morning. It's a very dangerous wave. Huh. Your weapon behaves as though your projectile count is 1. Your projectile count beyond 1 is fused into your single projectile, strengthening it. Up to 25 projectiles can be fused. I feel like this increases the damage of the loaded mines, but would not be good otherwise. Let's take firing array here, which is going to be, well, interesting. I don't think that was a damage up. Was it a damage down, though? I don't know. I think firing array was actually maybe bad here. Maybe not, though. No, firing array was basically a wash. Okay, here we go. Don't want to die. Don't want to die, though. And we're dead. Alright, that build was really good, but we were very much a glass cannon. Almost 10th on the leaderboard. Almost. Well, very good opening run. Let's get some water, do it again. So, what I learned there was that firing array does not individually affect the sides of battery. Okay, so firing array on battery is going to be generally not good, at least for darts. Okay, now it's time to go engineer ally. That's the plan. I'm also going to drop my shield here, so... Sorry, Pin. I gotta take off my shoes. You're like a little furnace on my lap right now. So our question becomes, what color darts do we want? I want orange darts. It's a nice wave for XP. Just re-roll here, engineer. So allies interceptor is kind of difficult to get going because you gotta get a lot of upgrades. Okay, targeting is a great start here. I mean, orange darts make sense, right? They are burn damage after all. Alright, so we're like pretty low on XP for being made 20. Don't even have a ship type picked yet. That's fine. Excuse me, can I have this XP? What is this, XP for ants? Okay, volley's gonna help out. Oh, I do have a ship type. I have engineer. I'm tripping. I got morning brain right now. Luckily, morning brain does not affect my dodging skills. Well, alright, I'm gonna take Revelation here. I do want to drop my shield here and get Vital Bond, and if I do that, I can take the Spontaneous Generation Swarmer mod and have those be affected by 60% of my regeneration. That's a cool thing when that happens, because then we can have near infinite little fellers. Well, not infinite, but sustained little fellers. Alright, I'm going to do this build without loaded mines. If I take everything, I'm just not going to, well, have enough. Magnitude's good. Magnitude's always non-offensive. Every single build likes Magnitude. It's free damage. No downsides. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going to take Regeneration here. I want to take the Orbs of Discord, but removing a bunch of stuff from the pool would be really nice here. Give me that loot. I'll never go back to Loot Snake Lake. Mine specialist, I mean, not happening here, but great one. Okay, I'll take payload. Also very non-offensive, especially for darts. The fire rate down's bad, but darts scale off of size, so it's about a 30% damage increase even after you take into account the fire rate down. I think the ticket here is also going to not be taking Warp Strike. Okay, here we go. This removes all the shield mods from the pool, gives us extra regeneration and base hull. Awesome. The only real downside to the engineer ship is it gets less shields, so just by removing the shields, there's a kind of synergy there. Still haven't seen allies. That's a little bit brutal. Let's go ahead and take Candescence here. You know what? I think I'm just going to start saving here. The game's going to be a jerk with what it's dropping here. I might as well save up for Ataraxia now. I've got the offense to do it. It's a dangerous wave for my current build. Vin, you're making it so hard to play this game right now, and I love you all the same. What a good kitty. Ow. Yep, savings not leveling. We need exactly 4 upgrades stockpiled in order to have Ataraxia Supermod show up, which will increase our orb collection radius. So I'm not going Warp Strike. I could possibly get away with not doing this, but I think it's a good idea nonetheless. Okay, we'll take Adrenal Module here. Still have not seen allies. Wow. Alright, now we save. Definitely a risk to hold on to upgrades, but if there's any build that can do it, Darts is generally pretty good at saving early. On most other builds, I start saving after the Wave 40 boss. It's going to take Rate of Fire. It's definitely good. Okay, I'm going to re-roll here. There it is. It showed up. Thank you. Still no allies. How about Warpath? There's allies. Seeing as I only have Hull right now, let's go ahead and take Hull Strength. Seems appropriate to take something defensive. All right. Ow, ow. The boost is received exclusively from the orange loot snakes that appear on screen. That's what drops those. It's only a chance for, not a guarantee. And boost increases everything. Fire rate, movement speed, charge rate, you name it. Okay, here's evasion. Let's go. All right, Pin, we gotta adjust here, okay? You're very good, Pin, though. What a good kitty. There's going to be an immense amount of cat hair on my pants. I can guarantee it. Alright, I'm going to take Homing Strike here. The allies also pick up Homing Strikes, so there's a little double benefit to that. This guy's got to go. You gotta go, sir. Okay, here we go. Evolution. Okay, now the next upgrade we can get is called Interceptor, which will allow our allies to fire our weapon. Do want. Such a cool looking effect with the homing strike. There it is, man. It showed up right away. Your interceptor fires your weapon in addition to its own at a slower rate of fire. That's the one. That's the one. You need to eventually try a Guardian build too. I think Guardian plus turrets is the way to go on that. Obscure, that's called Warp Strike. To get Warp Strike, it is Snipe and Blink are the upgrades for that. Well, you know what? Stonks. The next wild mod we take is taken 6 times. Maybe it'll be Twin Strike and we'll have one of those runs. Haven't seen a Twin Strike yet today. Albeit this is our 2nd run. So the reason this build is so powerful is that darts scale damage for each dart stuck in the enemy. Okay, absorption is very good here. So we're getting a percentage damage increase for every dart stuck in there. On top of the damage they're getting for firing the darts in, they're also adding, let's just say, 6% damage each time they fire for every dart. Burst fire would be pretty nuts here too. Okay, seeing as how we're going to get 6 times the next wild mod we take, this recursive, I think I'm going to take the Discord orbs here. Getting towards overpower would be nice as well. Nah, it's got to be this. Let's take it while we see it. It's going to be a lot of damage and defense, for that matter. Did my man just destroy my allies? That was pretty rude. Listen here, dude. I don't make those very fast. Elegant construction is definitely something I probably want. Do I want it yet? I'm gonna do a reroll. There's a lot of decent stuff there, but... Alright, force armor is great. What was that? Oh, the asteroid got him, okay. Ataraxia has two purposes. One, it increases the radius of orb collection, which is your XP, and two, it provides bonus damage for unspent upgrades. So I'm only using 1/2 of the mod, but the extra collection radius when you're killing stuff on the side of the screen is very nice. This is a very interesting winnow if we choose to banish here. I think I'm just going to take Elegant Construction. The maximum hull on the ally will be very nice once we have allies maxed out and get Vital Bond. It'll be very hard for the enemy to kill. Not impossible, but much harder. Alright, Burst Fire is like pretty great here, because now the allies are going to fire 9 darts each time they fire. That's a lot of damage. Please don't fire into the front of him. It's not what we want to do here. There you go. Oh no. I don't want to be here. I think him being shielded actually just saved my life there. Oh no. Oh, nice comment. Well aimed. Okay, where's he at? Oh, he's jiggling. Watch out. He's jiggling. Jiggling mad. Alright, here we go. We're going to take Outmaneuver, which will unlock Overpower, so allow our allies to fire our weapon even more frequently, and unlock the Vital Bond Super Mod, allowing our interceptors to benefit from our hull regeneration, which is amplified from Rapid Reconstruction. Rapid Reconstruction is in fact a component to have to get that. So there's the other mod is called Apex Machinery, and you need to take Shielded Constructs for Apex Machinery. They're both very good construct amplifying mods. Vital Bond's the one I want here because it keeps the allies alive longer. Alright. I don't see anything wrong with the windowing here. Looks good. This stuff's alright. But I'm not going to take any of it. Let's go. That's a lot of mods out of the pool I don't need to see anymore. Yo, Sir Norton Arl, thanks for 43 months. Appreciate that. So many generous people this morning. Just thank you all for all the ways you choose to support this content. Great to be here in our 11th year full-time here on Twitch. Time does fly, and very grateful for this continued experience. Six times burst fire. I don't know about this, dude. I think I'm going to hold on to my 6 times here. Defiance would be really good, as would Twin Strike. I think is like the ultimate. Let's grab Improved Thrusters here. I don't see many builds I'm going to do that don't take Blink. It's just such a fantastic movement ability later in the game. Honestly, a bit slower on this guy than I thought we'd be. Not a complaint, just an observation, that's all. There we go. Playing with mouse and keyboard right now. I have played with gamepad as well. They're both really great control schemes. As it turns out, this game just has very nice controls. Actually, I have much more time playing with gamepad on this game than I do mouse and keyboard. Always nice to mix things up. Okay, oh god. Me scared. Okay, can I take 6 times spontaneous generation? Hold on. Okay, I got 7.56 for generation a second. Let's assume that I take 1 hypermetabolism before this is over. Let's just calculate out here. So we'll just call it 8. 60% of 8. 4.5. Yeah. The issue with taking 6 times for spontaneous generation right now is I don't have Vital Bond yet, but I am 2 perks away from that, and then we'd have just huge swarms of little fellers. It's tempting. Okay, let's just take Overpower. Nice. Okay. Still holding on to the 6 times Wild mod. Okay, let's do a roll here. I got 13 rerolls. Whoo, 6 grandeur. This would be 12 levels. Yeah. This would also be a lot of negative thrust and rotation speed. Could make up a lot of that by taking slipstreams. Alright, I'm gonna take it. I mean, 6, that's 12 levels right now. That's a lot of level, my man. Okay, let's go ahead and take Streamline to get some of that thrust back. The minus hull does hurt, but we're gonna need the help. How about we're gonna need it? Okay, Vital Bonds in. Leaf on the wind, sure thing. Let's take Skirmish here. Let's take one more iteration of Double Tap. Take Blink. Let's take Slipstream. Okay, let's get out of the way of this guy here. Okay, now I can level up again. Okay, here's that high metabolism I was talking about. Let's go ahead and take that. No, I'm going to go for Essence Sap here. That'll be a clean increase. Is there anything on stabilization I want here? Okay, resistance to mobility reducing effects from weaponry. No. Let's go corrosion. Okay, blast radius does allow us to get to concentrated blast. Darts do blast damage. Sure, that's very non-offensive. Purification, sign me up. Weapon mastery, let's go. Adaptive armor, let's get that too. Okay, we spent all of our levels. I have a moderate amount of mobility now. You know, it's kind of, doesn't feel bad. It's floaty. I think I'd like one more slipstream. Yo, beef jerky, yum. Thanks for 7 months. Thank you. Yeah, that's the biggest grandeur take I've ever seen. I've never had the 6 times. 12 levels is pretty wild. I mean, that's so many mods we get there. We wouldn't have access to otherwise. This will probably be our highest level run ever, for that matter. Snipe seems alright, but let's grab channeling here. I like armor stack duration because armor stacks are damage reduction. Please don't kill my allies. Thank you. Thank you. Oops, all dead. Oops. You know, probably there is definitely a calculation to that, where XP is worth, or levels are a little harder to get as you go on. But just looking at the bar right now, I don't feel like our overall XP is being diminished very much. With all those extra levels, adding in mines to this would not be bad. Yeah, let's go ahead and go for loaded mines here. Seems appropriate. Hell, even just taking mines is not bad. Yeah, I'm second guessing that one a little bit. Pin, you're just the cutest. Had a cat in my lap the entire stream today. Amazing. Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification that extra levels don't count towards XP evaluations. That makes sense. Or they don't diminish your ability to level. Because if they did, taking 12 levels here, it'd be like a crawl on the bar, but it's not. That's a very fair way to do it, because otherwise taking those extra levels would be not meaningless, but very much diminished value. My cat's name is Penelope, but we call her Pin. That's her main nickname. I'm gonna take guidance here. Bonk. Alright, so I'm going to take Essence Sap. This will seem... Okay, your hull cannot regenerate. Let's read the tooltip here. Your constructs benefit from 60% regeneration. Does this kill Vital Bond? I feel like constructs would still be able to use our regeneration, because it says your hull cannot regenerate, not... you no longer have regeneration. Yo, Capsiars, thanks for 12 wonderful months. Appreciate that, you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think this works, and the reason I want Essence Sap is I took the increased hull, so now our potential regeneration is 14 a second on Essence Sap, and we always have darts on enemies, so I think this will work the way we want. But taking Rapid Reconstruction, which increases your regeneration, than taking Essence Sap seems almost an anti-synergy, but it's truthfully not, because the increased hull that you get from Rapid Reconstruction benefits Essence Sap, which is a percentage base regeneration. Yeah, just based on how thoughtful the dev is with the tooltips here, I'm definitely going to assume that our allies are still receiving a proportion of our regeneration, which is 6.89 right now. And, okay, our regeneration still increases when we get armor stacks, though we're not applying that to ourselves. Good to know. What we got here? I think we got a few rerolls here is what we're doing. Is loaded mines going to be wrong? Probably not. Still not going to go Warp Strike here, but, you know, it's just more darts. It's good for cleaning up the riffraff. I don't know. Warp Strike's not out of the question. Like, I'm thinking right now, with those 12 extra levels we got so many mods that there's really not that much left in the pool. So, like, taking Velocity doesn't seem like it'd be bad. All right, Core Shielding is awesome. This is going to put Dying Star into the pool, which I'm not wanting, but no problem there. Yeah, there is one mod that adds more allies that's Overseer, but we lose access to our main weapon for that. It's definitely a route you can go. We would have built this a little bit differently if we were going to do that, though. We could also technically get 10 evolutionary niches, or bravado, and a series of evolutionary niches to get a third ally, since part of the engineer's ship is +1 to advanced construct limit. That's an additional way to get there. That's a very heavy cost to pay. Hey, no complaints here, Captain. Glad to be enjoying some Nova Drift this morning. Big drifting. Yeah, Dying Star Essence Sap is definitely a build that can work, especially on this one with darts. You almost always have a dart stuck in the enemy. Not a bad one. Okay, Concentrated Blast is increased blast damage, and darts read darts deal 50% of their damage as blast damage to nearby targets when they hit a target. And I'm assuming that the target that's hit with the dart also counts as a target, right? I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. So it should be a functional increase to the initial damage on darts. And if not, that will still help us on all segmented enemies types. Alright, the Singularity can have this. Or not. Yo, Contratti, thanks for 62 months. Thank you. Wave 175. Okay, these projectiles are very heavy damage. Be careful. Oh, this guy just puts out the deeps, really. Let's do a couple of rerolls here. There's finally a Defiance. This definitely would not be bad. Combined duration of any ignites removed. Yeah, I think we should work towards this. Rupture is a very strong mod overall anyways. Dude, I love this wave. It's huge XP and it just looks awesome. Two things I enjoy a lot. Things that look cool and XP. Oh god. Scary. Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification on the mechanic, DJ. So the blast damage on darts is only going to help on segmented enemies here. No regrets. Ooh, antimatter rounds. There's no reason I shouldn't take this. Well, I guess the reason would be to fish for Warp Strike, which I'm going to just say I'm not getting Warp Strike on this build. Do other stuff. With Essence Sap, it really nullifies the downside to antimatter rounds. Still dangerous, but big increase in damage. Just need to make sure that when I fire, I hit something. If we're doing that, we're good. I guess to that goal, Warp Strike would be very helpful. Yeah, Rupture did us a solid there. Oh, hey, Scion, what's up? Listen here, bud. Cool. Yo, Smurfizzle, what's good, man? Glad you could make it. Oh god. Okay, and we're dead. Yeah, I got bamboozled. That was a fun one. I don't know how I feel about taking that many grandeurs. A fun experiment. All right, I'm going to refill my coffee real quick, and then we're going to head right into another run. I think you might be mistaken about that, Keed. I'm not sure what round that made it to. We were definitely higher level on that run. We were above 50. Okay, 4 levels higher this run. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. I gotcha. Okay, be right back, and we will do another run. Maybe darts, maybe salvo this time. I'll decide while I'm getting my coffee. All right. We back. Let's do it again. Gonna let the mods tell me what we're gonna take this time. Whatever looks good. Wonder how Vortex works with allies, or if it even does. Oh yeah, Vortex pulls stuff into it. I remember now. Let's try this. I'm interested in the idea of vortex mines. Let's assume we're keeping a shield this time. I'm gonna go for a shockwave shield. That is a cool looking vortex, my man. Okay, so I don't necessarily need to go engineer for mines. In fact, you don't actually get that much more construct assembly speed this way. I'm going to... Well... Let's go for a Firefly here. Get some self-damage. It also gives another source of damage on the burners. I think the issue on this one's not going to be the in-build, it's going to be getting it set up the way we want. Oh, I see. The vortex decreases in size as it travels. Get it now. Well then. Twist my arm, why don't you? Here we go again. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like it. Let's try targeting here. Does this pull it towards them as well? It does. All right, give him the old curveball. I'm almost dead here. Whoops. I mean... it's pretty good. Let's see what this thing scales off of. Okay, burn damage and ignites. Modifiers to blast radius, projectile size, and rate of fire affect charge rate. So I'm going to assume that blast radius increases the size of the vortex. Okay, let's go heavy caliber here. I want to see this. Almost dead here. Let's get our shield back. Some kind of regeneration would be good. Okay, here's mines. Loaded mines gotta be pretty dope. Gotta be. Okay. The self-damage is real if I allow it. Oh, punching the mic. Sorry about that. Okay, there's loaded mine. Let's see what this looks like. Pretty cool. Alright, I like that. I like that. Okay. That's true, Pittman. What'd you bring me? Oh, good. A little stuffy. Nice. Yes, mines definitely pull in enemies now. It's correct. Let's take a blast radius here, because that should be an increase in size of the mines. Or size of the vortex, rather. A blast damage. A blast radius is what we want. This is not blast damage. Let's go ahead and grab some shield durability here. See the comment in chat, this is a patient build, I agree. Let's build it like that too. Let's just not be in a rush to kill stuff. I'm thinking that charge mines could be really good, as it would make the vortexes a lot bigger. It's an idea. I'm going to continue taking heavy caliber every time I see it. Okay. Absolute mad lad over here. Flying into the black hole. Jeez, guy. Oh, fair enough, Vile Creature. It's one of my favorite games to watch. Just such a nice color palette and overall art direction. This game has a lot of excellent qualities. Okay, taking elegant construction's good. This means we'll put out mines a lot faster. Okay, here's heavy caliber again. Here we go. Here we go. The knockback when I release the vortex is pretty intense now, but if I give it a little drift forward, I can still manage. Whoa, let's not fly into the core there, bud. Excusey. Be over here then. Okay, I did that. Okay, maybe 5 heavy calibers that early is a bit much. I want to kind of get back on that, because I think once we end up getting charge mines on that, that's going to escalate in a very nice way. Let's go for amp shield here. Let's go research. I haven't done a research run in a minute. Okay, almost dead then. All right, here's mines right away. Let's go. I'm gonna grab, I don't think I want to end up going rapid reconstruction. Maybe I should banish something here. Let's banish off turrets. Alright, fine. Wow, Rainbow Vortex is pretty cool looking, man. Huh. Let's go ahead and add targeting. Bravado's a little tempting. Okay, increased distance of orb and power-up attraction and power-ups last twice as long as a base effect. That's good. Yeah, projectile targeting is going to be a must here. Yeah, I can see rapid reconstruction being very nice here. I can see it. Since I'm on research, though, I'm going to keep my my shields built up. Just for killing stuff, the Discord orbs got to be taken here, I think. So this is interesting, because this would have stuff push away from the vortex. I probably don't want that. Self-damage resistance. That's definitely a good mod for vortex. I'm going to banish velocity here. Let's banish Rampage. Yeah, okay, I'll take Revelation. My thought is I'd rather have Defiance than I would, Masochism. Honestly, I think War Strike would be good, but it'd be interesting with this weapon. Yeah. Blast Radius is gonna be good. Loaded mines, where are ye? I'll just take maximum hull strength here. Yo, nice Smurfizzle. Good one, dude. Definitely gonna be checking out that Queen of the Sea DLC for Dead Cells at some point. I said earlier in the stream, I just have too many games right now I'm enjoying playing. What a wonderful problem to have. Okay, here we go. Blast radius. Oh, well, I'm dead then. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, let's go for Pulse here. Get back to some darts or salvo here in a second. Okay, what's the deal with Pulse? 2 radio waves, smaller of which deals twice as much damage. Alright. 40% of base damage for shards. It's not bad, man. It's actually a lot of damage on the shards, more than you'd think. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and grab Siphon Shield here. Let's do that. Siphon's cool. I do like the idea of Architect Pulse Mines. Spectre is interesting too. I mean, the extra weapon damage, especially later on, if we cloaked up, is interesting. Interesting. What does this look like? Okay. This is actually pretty sick. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna take mines. So I get like up close and personal, but the damage when we do is like immense. Cool. Weapon projectiles. Projectiles 0. Doesn't work very well, does it? Okay, let's just go ahead and take Elegant Construction. See, rate of fire I'm not as concerned with here. Let's take Blast Radius. Oh, I'm like too fast for my own good right now. Explosive, there we go. Now you're blapping. Okay, Blink is something I'm just going to work towards here. So this is like really nice, mostly because you're getting projectiles on each side. Since they fire in arrays, we're actually getting like a full 360-degree spread on the side projectiles. That's cool. Velocity also interesting. Yes, Phantom Strike would be amazing here. I concur. So we're very likely just going to go a raw regeneration here. Anywho, let's take Magnitude. This build is now something I'm very interested in. Ow. This ship sure does get slippery. Okay, there's loaded mines. Here we go. Okay, let's grab this here. What did I just take? Okay, masochism is not what I meant to take, but that's fine. Shield cooldown. I think Courser is a natural fit for this build, mostly because blast radius. Okay, rate of fire down is fine. We're getting the 240-degree spread on each side, so we're basically getting a full complement on the shards. Ow. Okay, adaptive armor's fine. I guess that's the big surprise for me on this one, is how effective the shards are. I didn't realize that the shards are 40% of the blast damage. That's it's a lot. That lets us know where our damage is at pretty good. Ow. Yeah, velocity seems nice. That's going to really increase our AoE for the shards, which is how we're going to deal with enemies like this. Also helps give our mines a little more oomph. Yeah, reflexive shields seem really nice. That's more up close and personal damage. This is certainly not a build that doesn't take damage. Yo, TL Trumpet, thanks for 35 months. Thank you. I have not tried this build with battery Zos, but I can definitely see it working because you get basically an overlapping field in front. Seems good. I like the idea. Okay, let's grab efficiency here. Faster shield cooldown and regeneration rate when we're not firing, which is a lot of the time here. This is a tough enemy for this build. Gotta relearn how to dodge here. Ow. You know what? Go ahead. Have at 'em. And you have a nice day now. My loot snake! Woo! Get your core exploded. Rupture is probably pretty sick here. Yeah, let's go ahead and take Rupture. What's left in the pool that can increase the blast radius? Not much, I think, is the answer to that. Yo, Ryako, thanks for 77. Well, as they say, Enoch Knox. Every expert was once a beginner. You start learning right now. At its core, this game is a arcade or asteroid arcade style score shooter. So your goal is to survive for as long as possible. When we say asteroid style, that means that you have thrust and turn, rather than it being a twin stick where you have one for movement, one for shooting. Hence the drift. Okay, singular strike. I like that idea. Would that merge my shards into one, though? Ow. I don't know if I want that. But I do like the idea of more blast radius. Oh, it's going to be a tough enemy, man. Okay, gotta wait then. No problem. Can do. Can do. It's also a roguelike game in the sense that each build, you build up your ship based off of a series of branching choices. Each time you gain a level, you choose new perks. Your first 3 perks are your weapon, your shield type, and your ship type, and then after that, the pool opens up to what we're doing right now. I mean, double tap is probably real good right now. We're going to definitely want 1 double tap, right? For sure. There is more delay between firing here, but most of the time we're not actively firing, so when we get there, it's more damage. Deadly Wake's actually probably pretty sick. Let's go ahead and take Deadly Wake. I don't think this will be my highest scoring build, but I gotta tell you, it's real fun. That definitely counts for something. Okay, charging improves total weapon damage, projectile velocity, projectile size, and blast radius. Alrighty. That's the one. Alright, this is good, but I'm going to go ahead and take loaded mines here, or charge mines rather. Because charging the weapon changes the way we maneuver. It reduces our thrust. Where charge mines will just be a nice complement. Okay, I'd prefer not to die here. I'm not sold on charge mines right now. They're not bad, though. Alright, there's Blink. I definitely want Blink here. Maneuverability is pretty keen. Projectile velocity is interesting. You know, I want to see what this looks like. Yeah, look how far these projectiles are going. We're covering like half the screen right now. It's great. That wave's going to be one that kills us, I think, later. Minefield could probably be okay on this one, sure. Can see that working. Wow. Channeling's probably really great right now. The amount of damage we're taking, getting increased regeneration rate on armor stacks seems dope. Already got better at fighting that enemy from the last time we saw him. Let's see what Minefield is here. 50% mine assembly speed. Your mines cause a chain reaction when they detonate. Yeah, this isn't actually, like, it's probably pretty good with the auto-deploy mines here. I'm going to stick with my regular composition here, though. You can see this one being a sanctuary build. What I don't like about Minefield is the decreased mine effect, though it seems like dropping more mines would be beneficial for this Okay, core shielding, awesome. Got 136 shields, 105 hull. Yeah, I think Minefield would be good here. I'm not against the idea. Just being the first time really having this pulse build, I'm curious to not go mines. I guess is where I'm at. Mine Specialist would be insta-pick, though. Ow, my shield's broken. Ooh, bad day to be a little feller. Alright, barrier sounds cool. What I like about barrier is there's a maximum amount of damage that our shields can take at once now. 25, which is less than 1/5 of the total. Yeah, I think I am going to take Minefield now when I see it again. If I see it again. A lot of very good points made by chat members here. Yo, TL Trumpet, sorry about that. Thanks so much for 35 months. Esquire 1495. 5 more for that Hundo Club. And Ryako, thanks for 77. As always, ever late to or miss your notification, do sincerely apologize. I got a terrible case of humanitis myself. It's true. Also have no alerts playing in my ears as part of our No Frills format. So thank you for your patience in that regard. Do know that missing ya is my own personal nightmare. I mean, Warp Strike is a definite no here. Noper. What's this? When you fire, your shields discharge a portion of its energy, striking outward with bolts of energy. I mean, that's not bad. Ooh, I want to see Calibrate. I want to see it. I think this is going to make the projectiles really good. It is decreasing the spread on them, but they're able to reach out. So we kind of have like dual flat cannons now in a way. I probably wouldn't take Calibrate again. I just wanted to see it, but it's not bad. Has some merit for sure. Hey, morning, Taku. Whoa, excuse me? Excuse me? That feller ate a mine. That's not a healthy breakfast, my sir. You know what? Alright, 5 levels. I'm in. Let's just take what we get here. What's this? Focus shields. Yeah, I'll take that. I think Gemini Protocol could be pretty good here. I'm not going to go Sanctuary. Let's go ahead and take Gemini Protocol. What's this do? Okay, hell yeah. So this is extra damage to enemies inside the inner portion of our shields, which is pretty much everyone I'm hitting right now. Let's take Hull Regeneration as well. Twin Strike, that's a nope. Maximum Hull, let's go. Oh, hey, Incendiary Strike, also very good here. Ow. My shields. That was nice. The raw stats in this build are pretty sick. I mean, is it Aegis for Sanctuary? Yes. Can't reroll. You know what? Alright, I'm going to take Regenerative Shields here. This is a good take. I see our regeneration is officially borked. Probably shouldn't have done that. Not with Gemini Protocol anyways. I learned my lesson. Well, if I make it to Sanctuary, then different story. Seems unlikely at level 38. Alright, Juggernaut seems appropriate here. It's less thrust, but we crash damage resistance, which seems very relevant. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, let me just look at the build here real quick. So, masochism was not used there. Regenerative shields was exceptionally bad at the time I took it. Would have been good after Sanctuary, but not before. Also, I probably should have just taken Omni Shield when I saw it, or if I saw it again after Regenerative Shields. Calibrate was actually kind of unhelpful, too. What's up, Funky Gornilla? Okay, let's go again. I'm gonna let that pulse build just kind of stew in the old noggin for a minute. We're gonna move on to something else. I think that build will benefit from me thinking about it for a while, or at least subconsciously thinking about it. Well, let's get back on this business. Okay, I'm gonna do a shielded build this time, so let's get let's do reflect here. What's this guy? Okay, it says minus maximum shields. Three projectiles. Let's roll here. Alright, I'm gonna do a research ship. Alright, I'm gonna take mines right away. So research will gain hull and shields for using rerolls. Alright, we'll take revelation. Yo, Thrix SX, thanks for 96 months. Thank you. Yes, there are several very good Leviathan ship type builds. There's often a form of discussion in the Nova Drift Discord. A lot of very talented build makers over there. Alright, loaded mines already is great. Gotta say, I'm really digging the color on these missiles. Alright, I'm gonna take anything that gets me towards Warp Strike. Though 3 times heavy caliber could go the other way. Let's keep it simple here. Snipe, awesome. Yes, we got the loaded mines perk, so they absorb our weapon. Loaded mines salvo is just fantastic. Especially after warp strikes, then all those can find a target. Might just start banishing out some wild mods here. Let's banish out Solar Heart. Let's banish drones. Then we're going to take improved thrusters here. Yeah, there's a boost, hell yeah. I think I'm gonna take Deadly Wake. Streamline's okay, but I think I want all the hull and shields I can currently get. I take that back if we're gonna go for a shielded run. Deadly Wake is very non-offensive though. It's a good one. The rate of fire here, 2 a second at base. Cool. Gonna banish stabilization. Yo, Winto98, thanks for 31 months. Appreciate you. I'd love to see Blink here. I'm going to take 3 times double tap. So this will increase the mine's ability to produce projectiles. And also increases our fire rate by about, well, 0.42, which is good. So missiles work in 2 ways. They stockpile whatever your projectile count is at a certain rate. So you got a stockpile rate and then stockpile amount. Okay, let's take Elegant Construction then. At least Warp Strike's in the pool. We should have it pretty soon. I need to get out of here. It's not a good firing. Very good. Still no War Strike here. Let's go ahead and banish ally. Let's go ahead and banish turret. Okay. I'm going to take the Discord orbs here. Well, I went into this with the intention of doing a shield build, but it's really not playing out like that right now. That's okay. This build does have a lot of time. Once we get War Strike, I'm going to save for the Ataraxia mod. Okay, oh, Twin Strike though? Okay, we're going to pass on Twin Strike because it kills our recovery rate if I do end up getting Sanctuary. Okay, Super mod Warp Strike. Now our missiles can wrap the screens. So that's probably like a almost 300% damage increase, I would say, with loaded mines. I'm gonna guess that Singular Strike, you get all the benefits on Salvo. I don't know, though. I don't know if that's true. Alright, so we're going to get to a quadruple stockpile here. We're going to take a look. I guess the research ship already has increased orb radius, so let's pass on Ataraxia. Alright, rate of fire. Oh, is one Twin Strike wrong here? The recovery rate is what I don't want to lose. Let me take a look at... Well, I'm waffling right now, if you haven't noticed. Waffling. Alright, I'm just going to take Blast Radius. I'm going to skip on this. I do want to end up going Sanctuary, so... let's go Shield Durability. Going to pass on a few damage things here. Rate of Fire, I definitely want, though, but Barrier. It's very tempting on any build, but especially Salvo, you see all these offensive things, you're like, oh, they look so good, and they are, but... You don't have to take everything offensively when you take Salvo. I think Minefield would be a nice increase to our damage here. Okay, so 35% increase in damage. I'm not turning that down. Missiles are blast damage. Believe it. Alright, I'm going to take Omni Shield now. This way we commit to the build. Alright. Well, adding some targeting in is probably pretty good. Kinetic boost gets us towards Sanctuary, though, which is where this build's headed. Volley is a pretty large damage down, but since it adds more projectiles, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a wash with Salvo. It's not bad. It does add a little bit of damage via projectiles, but you lose that. Actually, the main benefit for Volley with Salvo is that it reduces projectile velocity, which increases homing, essentially. This build is wanting targeting right now, too. Targeting and guidance and splinter. Oh yeah, I don't even have magnitude yet. That'd be a good one. Okay, let's just chill here for a second, get our shield back. Oh, there's minefield. I'm going to banish this. Yeah, okay, magnitude's gonna be good. Yeah, I need targeting. What? Just... okay, good. Good. Bonk. You've been double bonked. Okay, I'm gonna grab targeting here. It's really gonna help out our warp strike missiles, especially from the mines. There was a lot of whiffage before this. All these legends this morning. No Life Ryan, thanks for 73 months. Really appreciate that continuation, dude. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna banish energetic shields here. They can't banish with one reroll, fair enough. A 20% rate of fire increase. I'm going for it. Loaded mine scale off of rate of fire for adding projectiles. So that's 20% more missiles per mine as well. Okay, there's Aegis, cool. Okay, now Sanctuary's in the pool, which is a mod I really want. That's going to give us even more shielding and have our shields regenerate at a rate proportional to missing shields. So the more shields are missing, the faster the regeneration rate is. This is the reason I didn't want to take Twin Strike earlier, because it reduces recovery rate, which is Sanctuary. There it is. So now we have 219 shields. And with Barrier, this can take a maximum of 25 damage per hit. What would Barrage do for us here? Explain it to me. Now the mod I'd like to get is regenerative shields. And a bunch of offensive stuff like Splinter too would be nice. You recover shields proportional to your missing shields. Okay. I'm wondering if hypermetabolism will affect recovery rates of shields. It should. Really, there's no downside to hypermetabolism right now, if I see it. I'm gonna banish hidden power. I just don't want to see this anymore. That's the last of our rerolls, but alright. Alright, I'm gonna take Minefield now. Plus 50% mine assembly speed is gonna be just more damage out on mines. Also lets us have more mines out on the playfield at once, which is good. Okay, thanks, Timro. So barrage still allows you to hold missiles, so you can still hold the volley. That makes sense. Might work towards that. As always, you guys are more than welcome to make suggestions or talk about any game mechanics freely. Appreciate your input. Yes, Warpath is very good for Salvo, no doubt. No doubt. What does this do? Because only blast radius. Okay, regeneration rate, yes. I'm going to take Hypermetabolism here. That's 45% faster regeneration on Sanctuary. And as we saw, when our shields were about 85% anyways, they slowed to a crawl. So we're not really losing out on much maximum shields. It's very hard to get to 100% shields with Sanctuary. Blaine, when we have rainbow projectiles, that is a function of getting a boost from one of the loot snakes. Just temporarily increases all of our statistics. Maximum shields. You know what? Let's raise the maximum. Okay, that's a very fair point. Zos Prime points out that hypermetabolism is actually more than 45% because it's increasing the regeneration rate for the shields that it makes them miss. As in the shields that are permanently withheld from hypermetabolism are also increasing the regeneration rate. A very good point. I don't have Splinter or Payload yet. Let's go ahead and definitely take Splinter. Regenerative shields would also be real dope here. This is one of the least offensive salvo builds I've done in a while. This one's very heavy on the defense. It's good. You know, honestly, Clembo, both styles of builds can be very viable, so just maybe start taking things you normally wouldn't, and the worst that happens, you lose your run and start again, right? Both offensive and defensive builds can be good. And builds that are a combination of both can also be nice. Just keep trying out ideas. If you want to force yourself into something more defensive, you can always try like the Sentinel ship and use Siphon Shield or Halo. Use some of the more close-range weapons like Pulse. You're not incorrect in your observation, though, that the later in the game you get, the more important defense gets. Overall, the most successful builds, though, generally are very heavy on offense, to the point where you're just nuking stuff as it comes on the screen. Yes, Seizure, we did play most of our time in this game with controllers so far, though we are playing with mouse and keyboard right now. Both control schemes are great. Should probably take this just to get to regenerative shields. Yes. Yes. Yes, dead enemies can't kill you until they kill you before you kill them, which is a reality of this game. All runs end in death. Okay, picking up a reroll's nice. Oh, good observation, Seizure. Good observation. Okay, there's regenerative shields. Gonna take it now. This is gonna make our sanctuary regeneration a lot better. We are, in fact, a defensive powerhouse right now. Offensive, not so much. Still got some time to grow on this build, though. Only level 33 currently. Only change I think I'd really make in this build right now, as far as how I built it, is I would have taken Streamline instead of Deadly Wake, because the percentage extra thrust would have helped a lot from the thrust down from Sanctuary. Otherwise, very happy with this composition. And there's Streamline anyways. You know what? I'm going to take this for mobility reasons. Oh, that feels so much better right now. .72 a second. Okay, that's just base without any shield missing. Interesting, it was less there? What the hell? I'm kind of interested in taking a second hyper metabolism here. Let's go ahead and banish Rampage. You know what? I'm going to take this Winnow. I am losing a couple things that I like, but let's go. 7 rerolls is a lot of maximum hull and shield on the research ship. Man, that regeneration rate is so good right now. It's like having Essence Sap fully active for our shields. Interesting, the shield regeneration rate is showing lower when it's like at a certain point there. Maybe it's the moment I'm pausing the game that's happening, but when it's at full, it goes back to... That's probably what it actually is at minimum. Oh, it's going up to 6.84. Wonder why this shield regeneration is fluctuating that way. That will be a continued curiosity. Ah, it's while we're firing. Thank you. That is the missing piece. So that's the efficiency mod. Yeah, armor stacks could be it too. That would cause a deviation. Alright, ooh, I cannot afford to lose all my rerolls right now, as much as I'd like to. What is the super mod for Barrage? Focus Fire plus Burst Fire. Okay, so we get to that by going here. This will also add more stockpile amount, though it does make our missiles weaker. We now have more of them. I'm usually more prone to go into the Singularity early, Klimbo, because the early XP seems more valuable. The only downside to not going into the Singularity is you lose some XP for the enemies that go in there, as the black hole consumes everything. But losing a little bit of XP, not going to make a big difference on your run. Early on, it feels tougher. Let's see what our regeneration rate is, in fact, when this happens. 6.84, is it capped at 6.84? Okay, let's start banishing some things out here. Focus fire gets barrage in the pool. Hmm. %25 projectiles for stockpile rate. I'm actually not convinced I want barrage here. Okay, we're not seeing the sanctuary bonus there. Got it. Okay, let's banish some stuff out. Dying Star, probably not this run. Burnout reactors. I could see burnout reactors for the mines. I don't even have efficiency? Whoa, dude. Efficiency's good here. Retribution could eventually be relevant. Emergency systems, let's banish that too. Let's banish Last Stand. So for every mod that we banish, we get 1% maximum hull and shields. I'm going to banish Firing Array. I'm going to banish Heavy Caliber, so we take that. It's really going to mess us up. Shield cooldown. I'm going to banish shield cooldown. Volatile shields could be an additional shield. I'm not going to take 2 perks for that, though. No way. It's a possibility. I don't have armor stacks right now. What the heck? Okay, let's go ahead and just take adaptive armor then. 250 shields. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I don't want to be here. This hurt. Don't want to be here. That was a sick comment. Thank you for that, game. Appreciate it. Bonk. Damage, rate of fire, size. Those are all very good things. The limit to banishing is how many rerolls you have. Costs 1 reroll for regular mods, 2 rerolls for wild mods. For banish. Charge shot is the best increase in damage we can get right now. I'm going to go ahead and banish Rebuke. Adrenal module is pretty sick here too, dang. Shield effect power. It's not bad. I'm going to go ahead and banish Calibrate as well. I'm going to banish... I don't want to banish any of these, in fact. Let's banish Galvanic Outburst. There's Charge Shot. Here we go. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Might end up taking Charge Mines here. Just pass the Charge Shot back on. It's pretty difficult to maneuver while charging right now. Though we don't have to use the effective Charge Shot. We can choose to. We don't have to. Also feeling Guidance would be very beneficial. Alright, 258 shields. Hot diggity dog. Bonk. Yeah, I want to pass this Charge Shot onto my mines. Lack of maneuverability is going to be a big issue. Alright, let me get caught up here. The quick slide. Thanks for 3 months. Glad you're enjoying the Driftin. Silverback Nickel. Thanks for 8 months. Silver Sight 600. Thanks for making it official with Prime. Really appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to even consider. And LaFluffy Kirby. Thanks for 5 months as well. Thank you all for that kind support today and every day. Literally couldn't do it without you. Alright, I'm going to take Charge Mines while I see it. So now our mines will charge up and shoot bigger missiles, and I'm back to having full maneuverability, which is important. The fun tidbit, Timro. You're full of cool tidbits today. Cheers. Learn tons of stuff every time I play this game. We're approaching 300 hours in Nova Drift now, and man, still so much to ingest. This game has an insane amount of interactions and knowledge base. I'm thinking that Adrenal module might actually be more damage than Weapon Mastery. Oh, I'm just gonna take Weapon Mastery. It's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. Hard to go wrong with better everything on weapons. Woo! Line him up, knock him down. Thanks for the assist. Right? Well, I was just saying how guidance would be really good. Let's go ahead and take that. It's going to mean more of our missiles land on target. Oh, that was a bad volley. It's going to land on the orb. Bonk. Never really thought about it this way. I'm going to verbalize this thought, though, that on a research-style ship, it's almost to your advantage to take a build that's not as offensively powerful, so that you get more chances at loot snakes, and then therefore re-rolls to gain a higher maximum shield and hull. Whereas I guess my immediate temptation with most research ships is to get a super powerful offense by banishing all the non-offensive stuff. Kind of went the opposite route this time, and we've had more rerolls for it. Just a little serendipity, that's all. Oh, hey! This isn't even wave 200? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Have you considered that I'm just a little fella over here? Alright, just checking. The loose snake, as far as I know, is random, but I've noticed that on boss waves it happens more frequently. So if you're immediately devastating the boss, you may lose out on that loot snake. God, I feel like I remember reading something the dev posted in the Discord about this. It's like a random chance for it to spawn based on time, not on wave. Something like that. That was a long time ago, though. Could be slightly different now. I'm thinking that Slipstream is actually looking pretty tempting here. Yes, Adrenal Module will be more damage. Rupture would also be more damage. But the extra thrust and rotation speed will counteract Sanctuary a bit. I think at the end of the day, this build dies to lack of mobility, not lack of damage. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay, wave 200. This wave is so much easier than wave 190 was. Alright, broke a million. Very nice, very nice. There's a reroll in there. Love to see it. Hey, Harald TH, thank you so much for that Prime continuation. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to even consider that. Cheers. Thank you. We say a huge and sincere thank you to everybody just subscribe and resubscribe with Twitch Prime. Appreciate the time you take to do that. Big part of why we're full-time in our 11th year here on Twitch. What a ride. Okay. Gonna say payload's best in class here. Projectile size makes more splinters, and weapon damage is self-explanatory. Man, channeling. I don't have channeling yet. It's got to be payload though for right now. That'll be a nice little escalation of this build. That also helps out our loaded mines a lot. Oh yeah, damage just got increased for sure. Why aren't you dead, sir? Reroll? Reroll? Okay, I should probably spin my rerolls on the next available opportunity. We're reaching that point where we may not see too many more levels, and the extra shielding could be beneficial. Next set of rerolls, or next set of banishes will get us over 260 shield. Yo, Josh, thanks for 13 months. Appreciate that continuation as well. Cool. That XP looked like it was going to disappear, and then it didn't. I'm grateful. Yeah, if Quantum comes up right now, you're absolutely right. We got to grab that. So now would be a great time to use our rerolls. That'd be like the ultimate mod to get 5 free levels. I doubt we'll see it, but I like that idea. Okay, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and banish out Retribution, I guess. Ooh, antimatter rounds. I want this. I'm willing to take this right now. Okay, hold on. Can antimatter rounds kill you? It can, so this is probably something we shouldn't take. I'm gonna banish turret specialists. Mine specialist would be so good right now. Gets banish self-destruction. Never mind. Adrenal module seems pretty good. I've had some good success with antimatter round salvo, but without having essence sap, or at least a decent amount of hull, I am much less keen on that one. My previous couple times taking antimatter rounds with salvo were very good, though. I think it'd kill us here, unfortunately. Watch out, he's jiggling. 265 shields right now. Dang. The best upgrade for us right now would be Mine Specialist. That'd be the one. Holding down fire with salvo is just one iteration of your missile stockpile at a time. So you can fire it like that, but it's generally more effective to save up at least a little bit of a volley. Yeah, I think another double tap here is fine. Probably one more missile per mine. We turned around. Okay. I get it. Where am I? There I am. I shielded the guy that was going to run away anyways. What a gent. The lowest health we've been in a minute. That was 100% my fault. I mismaneuvered. Oh, dang. Okay, we're going to take Bravado here, which is definitely going to be something that kills us, but Body Gear's base stats improved by 10% is great. Also, we're going to receive a retroactive increase to our shields for each mod that we banished here, for the unique powers being 15%. So it's a very small increase, going from 1% to 1.15, but if you add that up over all of the banishes we've done this run, that's very good. We now have 273. Well, actually, interesting. Maybe that was not retroactive. No regrets. Bravado also makes the enemies in general tougher, which is dangerous this late. I'd do it again. Ooh. Okay, how about not so many of the mine fellers? Thank you. If we change our ship now, we lose out on all the extra hull and shields we got for all the banishes we've done. So definitely not looking to change ships right now, no. Although changing like Sentinel or something would be interesting for Sanctuary. Been a pretty optimal research run, really. We got Winnow off. We've gotten a lot of loot snakes with rerolls. Okay, I got mega bonked. Okay, I got mega bonked again. Am I alive? I'm alive, cool. That was scary. Alright. Probably taking channeling here. Shield effect power, yes. Armor stack duration's good here too, and if I get to core shielding, that would be basically the last stat up in the pool. Wave 300, oh boy, red and blue, red and blue. Where am I? Okay, here I am. Dead. Oh, that was a really good run. Tough wave, tough wave. All right, we're going to do another one, but before we do, just going to stand up, stretch my legs real quick, and grab a quick refill on my coffee. We'll be back in just a moment for another run of Nova Drift. One sec, just having a very quick nom here, almost done. Grizzly Bear, thanks for 72 months. I was grabbing a refill on my coffee. Appreciate that. Thanks so much for 6 years, man. All right, sweet. Thanks for your patience during that very brief one. Let's head into another run of Nova Drift. Okay, that's too bad. I get it, though. Let's do Thermal Lance. Oh, what shield do I want here? Amp Lance looks pretty cool. Alright, so let's go Engineer here. Reroll, Engie. I'm going to try to get Allies Lance. Now, for Allies, the Lance has to be of a pretty significant size for the Allied Lance to hit the enemy consistently. So we don't need to rush into going Allies to start. Yo, Shade on your live. Thanks for 10 months. Really appreciate that continuation. Howdy. What's good? Oops, get your core melted. Whoops. Okay, let's forego bravado here. Let's just grab the orbs. Orbs are really awesome, especially early game, killing all these little enemies one hit. Yes, charge shot is very good on Thermal Lance, and especially with allies. That does help. Okay, well, I know I'm going to want Blink. Now, I've been bonked. This is a brutal wave, dude. Okay, let's go here. Blast radius is maximum size for the lance. Starting to think that maybe fire rate not as important. Am I also going mines here? You know, loaded mines are pretty cool. The one complication I see with also going mines is that when I get to charge shot, it's going to add the charge mines super mod into the pool. I'm just going to go for high explosive. Now, this is a pretty functional weapon now. Am I going to drop my shield here? I don't think so. I'm going to do a reroll. Okay, there's allies. Let's go. Give them the old windshield wiper. Goodbye. Ow. Oh, rate of fire increases the size of the lance too. That's right. Okay, burn damage is great here. Some very high quality mods to start this one. Oh, hey, Wingman's an interesting idea. I like that. Let's just pull stuff into the lance, so I don't think I can do that. Yeah, let's try to get this going on. Like, I don't think corruption, or corrosion rather, not corruption, all that good for this, so purge makes some sense just as is. Yeah, 40% burn damage, that's pretty much all this is, burn damage. Both these are good for that. Let's go ahead and get this rocking, though. Again, not in a huge rush to add the allies in, though that's the goal. Stonks. Let's go. Yo, Jay Keisler, thanks for 60 months. That is 5 years. Really appreciate that. Spartan0214, thanks for 4 months as well. Appreciate that resubscription. Both agility and power reserves kind of fix the rotation issue of the ship, so let's go ahead and take stabilization here. Alright, I'm going to take Rupture here, which will open up Deflagration, which causes a caustic rollover on targets based on how much burning damage they're taking. Scales with the combined burning damage enemies taking. Duration of any ignites removed too, so both these are very good. Because Lance and Sparks ignite for 120 burning damage a second, so this should be a pretty sizable rollover. We're gonna find out. I haven't taken this new super mob with Lance yet, so it seems like the clear winner to me. There it is. Oh, I see. One's the damage, one's the duration. Let's, we have an ignite duration modifier 130. This would be best with the Viper ship, huh? Might do like a pure Lance build next on Viper. No allies. Actually starting to reach a point that I'm feeling a lot more comfortable with my dodging and movement. Not relying so heavily on offense. Except for when we do that. Let's actually do that Viper thing. I want to try getting to that exact build, but with Viper. Okay, reroll Lance. I feel as if I'm going to drop my shield on this one. So what color Lance do we want? I think I want a purple flame. Sounds awesome. No Viper, of course, that's fine. So Viper has plus ignite duration. That's good. Okay, on this one I will go loaded mines. That's a much cleaner upgrade than allies in general. It's a lot less investment for the benefit. Well, let's go ahead and take Elegant Construction, because when we do end up getting loaded mines, that's going to be pretty mint. This wave is yoinks. There it is. Oh, okay, we gotta take Mine Specialist here. Almost missed it. Loaded mines will show up later. Mine Specialist is likely maybe never show up again this run. Yo, Idolaya, thanks for 85 months, dude. 85. Thank you. I mean, do I just take this now? I feel like losing all rerolls right now feels kind of bad. Hey, glad you're enjoying it, Charlie Pops. Never too late to find something you enjoy. I think we've been doing this for almost 11 years now. Probably have at least that left would be and what I call my official career, though I do imagine that streaming will always be some portion of my life. Just enjoying this moment right here. Literally couldn't do it without you. Okay, let's grab payload here. Oh, hey there, silly. If this game looks like something you'd enjoy, I'm 100% sure you're going to enjoy it. Never go back to Loot Snake Lake. Except when you want all that loot. Then go for it. I mean... Okay, these are really good, especially for Lance. I'm gonna get all these shield mods out of the pool here. This is our chance to do it, though. Now let's go ahead and take this. I mean, straight up burn damage, that's what we do. I haven't talked really about the Viper hull we're using, or Viper ship type we're using here. It gains a bonus to ignite duration, and this is all burn damage, so that's awesome. It also has a special ability. If you bump into an enemy head-on, it releases a caustic payload into them, causing massive burning damage. So I think that's going to be underutilized on this particular build. We're pretty much always firing, so maybe not there. Okay, we need to take this to get to this. I'm a little worried about taking Purge, because then if I bump into them to release the caustic payload, it's going to cause a caustic rollover, but it's going to remove the burn damage. I guess that's worse with darts. Let's go for it. Man, I'm liking the way these mines look. Tubular. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take stabilization here, and it's not that I'm even really that keen on the stabilization for this build. What I want is what's behind stabilization, either power reserves or agility, so then I can move more like normal on this ship. Okay, let's chill out here, don't die please. Oh man, that comment got me real good. That is definitely fair. I would dodge, but there was simply no time. Alright, let's do a split shot run here. I haven't done a split shot in a while. Split shot, let's read the tooltip real quick. Cone-shaped burst on impact, dealing blast damage to other targets, right on. Blast damage is 40% of base damage. So the cone of blast damage is not hitting the main target, so I don't think that's going to be a focus of how we build this up. 7.5 rate of fire a second makes me think corrosion is going to be a deal here. Let's go for a shockwave shield. How about shielded drone engineer? Wait, howdy, there's drones. Let's go ahead and take this as our first mod, sure. Yeah, damage ain't bad, base. Ain't bad at all. Alright. We'll add targeting. Targeting's a good thing. Hell yeah, look at that! Oh, give it a loot. Stonks. Alright, no mines here. I bet, loaded split shot mines aren't bad. Let's go take improved thrusters here. Also, what mod do I want 6 times? Maybe Defiance? Something like that? 6 times Farsight? We experience true zoomage. Yeah, it does, Klimbo. If you have a high enough blast radius, you can get around enemy shields. That's true. That is definitely an effect blast damage can do. Also, increased blast radius on segmented enemies is going to be highly efficient. Snap. Does double tap ruin split shot? I feel like it would. Okay, I'm gonna take Candescence here because Corrosion. Corrosion is real sick with split shot. I mean, massive damage increase. You got so many projectiles hitting that the corrosion stacks just add up real fast. All right, there we go. 6 times Twin Strike. That's going to be the one. We're going to finally see a Twin Strike today. Saw one on that Salvo run, but it wasn't as good. Eh. I'm going to do a reroll here. Okay, there it is. The best part about this, too, is that enemies are going to apply the burn damage to nearby enemies when they die. We're roasting them right now. Get roasted. So the way I'm thinking about it is that double tap adds a delay in between fire. So I'm not sure it's be a technical fire rate up with this or not. I don't know. God, what weird starts for this past couple runs. I'm enjoying it. Let's go ahead and go Velocity, because I think Snipe is going to be highly efficient. Could wait on that, though. Okay, Barrage, interesting idea. Let's just take some Hull Strength. I feel like our offense is okay for right now. I could even save for Ataraxia if I wanted to. Splinter seems like a nope here. Fine, straight up rate of fire is not wrong. Twin Strike would be so cool to see. I think I might just hold off for that. 6 times Scorching Wake. Alright, we'll twist my arm. I'll take Velocity. Tough wave, dude. Okay. That was a burly wave for HP amount. Wow. Not dead yet? Why not? Why not, though? Guess I'll be in here then. I'll take volley. Barely made it in there. Alright, our reward for having bad damage is to get a loot snake. Awesome. Actually, our damage is not bad. It was just underutilized early in this build. Okay, there's snipe. Increases damage based on distance traveled for the projectile. Fine. No way we're not taking warpad. Look at this, we're all offense right now. Let's roll again here. Dude, where are these drones that I want? I think guidance with the spread makes a lot of sense. Oh, I'm liking the velocity on these right now. They look real cool. There they are. Now we're droning. Nope and nope. I don't think convergence is something we want here. My thought is if Twin Strike does show up, that I don't need to take Focus Fire. Let's take Warpath, and I'm pretty much done taking offensive stuff for now. Sounds like something I'd say right before taking a bunch more of offensive stuff. But you must ask yourself, when has greed ever gone wrong? Can't think of a single time, not my whole career. Yes, this can't be played with controller or mouse and keyboard. They're both great control schemes for this game. Oh, I want reinforced drones. Actually, no, I want rocket drones. That's right, greed never backfires, not once. Ever. It's never happened. I love the idea that this shield can curve a railgun style shot. Just think of the power required to do that. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go absorption here. I got a plan. I'm gonna pass my my shield onto my drones. They're gonna provide multiple layers of shockwave, increasing the effect. I don't have blink. I just tried to. Wave 60. You've been outmaneuvered. Hey there, PDB. I'm rolling. Mine specialist, huh? Okay, I got rocket drones already. I don't necessarily want reinforced drones. Let's roll one more time here. There it is. Shielded constructs. Now we get this cool looking effect. It's also very powerful because the layers overlapping does provide multiplying effect for the pushback. Oh, snap. If we're going allies, that'd be amazing. Alright, I'm gonna go focus fire. I think I want Defiance as the mod I take. Yeah, that's a much better cone of damage for single target. Oh, here it is again. Okay, maybe I'll try the 6 times Grandeur. If this build should be a lot more capable of doing this. Okay, Force Armor. I'm thinking Terminate makes a lot of sense here. Let's go Skirmish. Shield cooldown. Let's go shield cooldown. There's advanced engineering. Okay, plus 120% drone maximum hull. I'm actually thinking that assault drones make more sense with having passed the shockwave on. Let's grab adaptive armor. You know what? Sure, I'll take Ataraxia if it's going to show up. Terminate. Let's go. How do I feel about... Oh my god, look how large we are right now. Wow. Hold on, does this increase drone radius? No. The heckin' big boy right now. Okay, there's assault drones. Let's go. Okay, slipstream is something I'm going to take every time I see it now. Or most times when I see it. Okay, shield radius is real good. What we're doing here, real good. Yeah, I'm gonna take another slipstream here. So thrust and rotation speed are two things that this build is definitely craving after taking those 6 grandeurs. Second time we've taken the 6 times grandeur today. So, game's being kind of kind with the build there. It's a lot of extra levels. Well, let's go ahead and take Blink, because movement's going to be an issue. This does discharge on every single drone, so it's pretty effective. Let's reroll though. I don't really care which formation we get. I wonder how Battalion actually looks though. I'm gonna use one more reroll here. Okay, I'm gonna go Essence Sap then. Yeah, I don't think Battalion would work with the Shockwave strat I'm using. Doesn't make sense it would. This build's so purty. Wave number 80. What's up? Man, that corrosion applying to new targets, pretty good. Pretty good. You know, I think I'm going to go for Radiant Shields here because that's going to make the radius on this pushback amazing. Look at that. If only for a visual effect, I like that. Here we go. All right, I was going to take Pursuit here. I'm obviously not going to set them off in Pursuit. Actually, just see what this looks like. Okay, let's not do that. Let's not. It seems like pure chaos, and also something's going to get knocked into us if we do that. I'm sure of it. All right, core shielding. Here we go. Go. Wow, that was cool. Me like. Also, like Tempest Break could be a thing here, huh? Let's do a roll. Warp Strike, okay. Here we go, Fleet. Get 2 more drones in this thing. Now you're thinking with drones. This build's awesome. I like it. I like it a lot. Yikes. Alright, got him. I dare say taking Streamline seems good. The drone orbit radius isn't necessarily a good thing, though. What was our base projectiles? 3? This seems good for applying corrosion. Just for a wave clear in general. This is a very torrent looking build. Yeah, that's good. It looks cool, that's what's important. Yeah, at close range, the corrosion stacks are pretty nuts. They do dissipate rather quickly once they reach a certain maximum, but you just have so many projectiles hitting at once. There's not much to do about it. All right, I'm going to take another slipstream here. More thrust and rotation speed sounds good. Yeah, we're now rotating at a speed I can enjoy. Still considerably slower than I'd like, but that's being offset by our massive pushback on these drones. Good point. Barrage would probably be pretty good right now. I'm liking the spread, though. It's got a very satisfying look. Ooh, yeah, drone specialist. Here we go. Now we're thinking with drones. Oh no, I don't want to die, though. Not yet, anyways. There we go. Oh, hey, what's up? You again. I think I am better prepared for you this time. Dude, this damage is pretty pathetic on him. Putting in work on normal enemies. This guy, though, not so much. Love it. Oh, this guy again. What's up, man? Here's the thing, bud. Did you even bother to consider that I might just be a little feller? I mean, maybe maximum shields here isn't bad. Can I get this guy pulled into the singularity? Yes, I can. Good. Thanks, black hole. What did I press to turn that on? Probably tilde. Okay, I think Tempest Break's something we're going to shoot for here on this one. Tempest Break would increase our shield effect power and also provide a very interesting effect here. It's the main escalation remaining. We'll also take payload if it shows up. Even Warp Strike is kind of interesting here. There's payload. I don't like the minus rate of fire, but I think we're reaching the cap for corrosion almost immediately on this build, so the 30% weapon damage should be a very functional increase to our capabilities. Not sure I quite agree with that assessment, though, so I still think that being able to fire across the screen would be good. Like, for example, an enemy, if they were on the one side, we could fire into the side of the screen. I'm not going to take Warp Strike on this build, but I don't think if we approach the maneuvering in a specific way, it would necessarily be bad. Less beneficial on this weapon type compared to like Salvo for sure, but I don't think bad. It would still be a lot more bullets on target in a lot of cases. Like right here would be a great example of where we could really take advantage of Warp Strike. Alright, he's gonna summon a Singularity. Gonna eat this Mind Feller for me. Maybe. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, I do have Deadly Wake, don't I? I do. Okay, we're gonna take Flash Shielding, because our shield's gonna be much lower, but we're gonna get Tempest Break in the pool. I was gonna say, I think this is my best split shot build ever. I haven't done too many split shot runs, so it's been nice. So nice when that happens. Here we go. Also increases mine effect power. Alright. Plus 20% shield effect power. Gotta have it. 75% longer construct assembly time is tough when we lose our drones, but 20% shield effect power is no joke. It's also still a pretty good rate. And you really only need, what, 3 or 4 drones to have a pretty comparable effect for the shockwave. We also have drone specialists, which offsets that a bit. Oh, I don't want to die, sir. Thermal lance enemies are certainly a danger on this build. Whoa, got faster than I thought we were going to be there with boost. I'm going to roll a couple times. You're looking for Tempest Break. There it is. Okay, so we got shield cooldown, shield effect power, and plus thrust here. This is all stuff we want. The only downside is our shield cooldown only begins when it breaks, but is nice. Well, that certainly kind of trivialized those guys. Oh, hello, sir. Hello. Okay, I think that mod for volatile shields could be really nice. Weapons mastery. All right, I'm in. Even just the plus velocity on the shots is really nice here. Yep, weaponized shields ain't bad either. I think the only downside to weaponized shields for this build is the shockwave pushes them away, so it's hard to keep them inside the radius. Certainly not bad, I'm sure. Okay, this is not going to be a one cycle. That's fair. No problem. What a nice enemy to see. Yeah, the lighting effect is from our drones right now. We passed our shield onto our drones, and it's causing a multiplying effect for our shield, which is shockwave doing a push away. Hold on, are my drones desynced right now? What is that? It's very interesting is what it is. Okay, so these must be drones that were created after the Tempest break went off. Like, they're going to be synced now. I didn't realize they could become desynced like that. Interesting for sure. Okay, here we go. When your shield breaks, it discharges violently, devastating nearby targets for 1200 damage. This is going to be for every iteration of the shield, too. Almost died to that. Oh, man. They get zapped when that shield breaks. It's really not bad to have a drone or two desynced. Yo, this is for sure 100% my first 1 million point split shot build. No question on that one. Volatile shield was a good pick here. Yo, Machine Gun Contra, thanks for 23 months. One more for 2 years. Good morning to you. What's good? Almost feel bad for segmented enemies versus this. Trail got me there. GG. I think that run would have been fine without the grandeurs as well. That was a very interesting one. Yeah, no, you get one volatile shield proc per drone in that case. The trail there was amplified because the shockwave had pushed it into each other. Very similar to how the temporal shield makes those more dangerous. All right, just getting some water here, and then we'll do it again. All right, I'm gonna do a salvo run here on Spectre, which I believe is my current top score. But this time I'm gonna try to build it a little different. We're not gonna go 100% glass cannon. We're gonna go mostly glass cannon. So a couple things I'm going to actively try to cut out of this build are going to be Leaf on the Wind and Streamline. Spectre cloaks and then gains bonus damage for being cloaked, which really benefits Salvo specifically. Also, the higher level you are, the faster you cloak, so in the late game, it's just very decent. All right, rate of fire is a no-brainer. Oh yeah, enemies also can't see you while you're cloaked, so that's cool. This is a ship I very recently started using, and it's a very effective ship. Don't need this yet. Let's go ahead and take Velocity. I will take any upgrade that works towards Warp Strike. That's where this build starts. Loaded Mines Warp Strike. Then it allows you to hold some pretty extreme volleys for larger waves. Okay, efficiency is just an overall good pick for this ship. Well, for salvo in general, because you're only firing while the missiles are shooting. There's better regeneration and everything else. Not totally convinced I need volley here. Debating dropping shield. All of the missiles are buffed by the cloak, so that's why it's so effective. You got it. Let's grab blast radius. Behind that's concentrated blast, which is a 35% increase in our damage. So you can get up to 250% damage for every missile in the volley. Is good. I guess skirmish is not offensive. There's loaded mines. All right, here we go. Uh, 35% damage. Let's take getting closer to Warp Strike, though. Warp Strike is when this build opens up. I'm just going to start saving for Ataraxia now. It's kind of a must on a Warp Strike salvo build to be able to get all that XP from the side. It depends, Fezzik. Guidance is definitely good for missiles, but if you go heavy caliber and don't go any burst fire or multiple iterations of firing, you can get away with taking heavy caliber and going for less targeting. Since missiles have an inherent targeting value, I think it's much less needed to go targeting early, especially. Though once you start getting Warp Strike going, it gains a lot of value. Spool of Wool, we're trying to get the Ataraxia super mod for increased XP orb attraction. Which we need 4 or more levels saved up to have in the pool. Go. Not even convinced I want shields right now. I'm actually going to use a reroll here. Alright, let's go 35% damage increase. All the same business here. Alright, shield cooldown is going to be good. Alright. Might take targeting out of these. Would sure be nice if Ataraxia would show up soon. Tough wave, man. Yeah, let's go targeting here. This way I don't have to commit to one route or another. Okay, elegant construction is going to help our mines. No, absolutely not. Okay, fine. I was going to say you can't have my XP, but clearly they can. There it is. Alright, so this will give us increased distance of attraction for XP orbs. And since we're killing stuff at the far side of the screen, that's very useful. Alright, I'm going to go heavy caliber. So it's going to add weapon recoil, which is, you know, a little bit troubling, but we're not going to take any iterations of burst fire or anything like that now because of that. And we can take multiple heavy calibers instead of things that add burst, which for now may be a downside, but once we have Warp Strike going and Splinter, the increased size of the projectile will make our missiles create more missiles. And also the reduced speed from heavy caliber will make it so our missiles home easier. Okay, let's grab improved thrusters. I want to grab magnitude, but getting towards Warp Strike is where it's at. I'm gonna dive in here. Alright, this looks cool. I'm gonna go Essence Sap Gemini Protocol on this one. Let's just make that a reality right now by taking Essence Sap while it's here. Oh snap, this is very dangerous. Oh, boost is nice. All right, I'm gonna take Heavy Caliber again. Bigger, slower missiles. Okay, hull strength is good here because Essence Sap heals proportional to our maximum hull. Okay, let's take Deadly Wake. I don't want to reduce my hull. I've been taking Streamline on this build, but I'm starting to realize that the extra thrust is less important on this ship than others. Yes, it does help us scoot around while cloaked a little bit better, but we get much higher level than this. The cloaking rate gets so significant it just doesn't matter. Blink. Okay, now Warp Strike's in the pool. Good. That is a biggie, man. Probably should grab volley here. What if I can pass on that, though? Recoil resistance. Let's grab this. Yo, Isometric, thanks so much for 9 months. Too long ago. 15 minutes, man. Sorry for that. Hope you're having a good one, Isometric. As always, I relate to or miss your notification. Do sincerely apologize. Got a terrible case of humanitis and no alerts playing in my ears. And do know, missing you is my own personal nightmare. Okay, here we go, here we go. Mind Specialist is big, because it's a huge increase to our mind generation. Not only does it increase our mind construct limit, we also make them a lot faster now. Okay, Warp Strike is going to be a huge increase to our damage. Get Warp Strike and Splinter, and we're pretty much singing. That was nice. Hey, enjoy that lurk, Isometric. Enjoy that lurk. Hey there, Biggie Mans. What you do, huh? There it is. Alright, now our missiles can wrap through the screen once, and that is mostly beneficial for our mines, but also beneficial for our other missiles. Ooh. Let's take the 5 extra levels here. Lose our rerolls. Whatever we get now. Okay, absorption, awesome. Weapon mastery. Actually, let's take payload. This will be back. Ooh, twin strike. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Weapon mastery. That was a really good set of perk we just got. So we managed not to take the volley tree, and I think I'm going to keep it that way. I think that's one more thing we can try to cut from this build, especially if we got a twin strike. Yo, Nim75, thanks for making it official with Twitch Prime. Appreciate that a lot. Splinter, here we go. We just got like all the things we wanted at once. That was cool. Now when our projectiles hit, they create more projectiles, which then can also screen wrap. That's good. I think I'm just going to go for 5% weapon damage here. Blinking does not break the cloak, no. Yo, big oily man, thanks for 8 wonderful months. Appreciate you keeping it dapper. Thanks, dude. Ah, yes, wander around aimlessly, sir. Bravo. Got him. How do we feel about the math on taking Minefield right now? I'm not convinced it's that much of a damage up because the mine effect goes down. Okay, I'm gonna take another heavy caliber. I'm gonna take this every time I see it, basically, for now. Propulsive munition's also a possible take on this build. Charge shot, charge mines is a dream. I think if I get to charge mines, then taking Minefield makes sense. But before then, it doesn't. Heavy caliber, here we go. Keep them coming. We're now at the heavy caliber amount that we do not need to take guidance at any point in this run. Almost all missiles are finding a target. Boy, this is a wave. Alright, Rupture is very inoffensive. Might as well just wait for the shields to wear off here. These guys don't fire until they can see ya. Oh boy, here he is. I don't know, guidance looking pretty good, actually. Shield effect power is damage for amp. I think I'm going to take effect radius. Not really moving around enough for kinetic boost to make a lot of sense. I'd take it if there was nothing else I wanted, but it's making a lot less sense here than some other builds. That was a sick volley. I enjoyed that. Alright, I'm going to go for a charge shot here, and our cloaking damage is actually better than charge shot, but what we're wanting is charge mines, which is now a super mod that's available. That'll make the mines that we're creating generate much more powerful missiles and increase our global damage a lot. Okay. Warpath seems the winner here. I love these waves, there's so much XP. Yo, good morning, Amphid. What's happening? Antimatter rounds are generally awesome. Really not as bad as you might think with salvo. You think, oh, it's doing damage per projectile, but when we have essence sap going, not just a big deal, and it increases the base damage of missiles by about a third. Also increases the damage, I think from our mines. Weapons that are fired by you. This is fire your weapon. So I think this does have a synergy with the mines. Even if not, it's a large enough damage increase for our volley alone that it makes sense. Okay, heavy caliber, here we go. Bigger, slower missiles that do more damage. All right, then. Alright, this singularity is just going to be avoided. I'm good. It's a pretty sweet build right now. That was the fastest back-to-back comments I've seen ever. Please excuse me for just one moment. It's a very quick restroom break. We'll be back into this run. All right, we have returned. Yeah, to clarify the question in chat, there's a lot of sources of self-damage in Nova Drift, but there's nothing that makes your weapon like hit you physically. Stuff like antimatter rounds makes us take damage when we fire, but our weapon will never actually touch us, if that makes sense. Well, since we don't have rerolls anymore, I think the best take here might be guidance. Let's make almost all of our missiles hit. Minus velocity is going to make him pretty slow, though. Let's take a look at the upside to volley. We're not taking anything with fire rate, so I kind of think increasing the stockpile amount is good. It'll make our mines do more. Here, let's see what the stockpile rate is, though. What's my rate of fire? 1.99. I'm going to go for guidance here. These are some awesome missiles right here. Welcome, Nox Nate. Thanks for tuning in. Bonk. Charge mines will be... Oh man, they'll be good if we get them. These missiles are already quite out of control. Wow. That wave basically got killed by the scraps of the previous wave's missiles. They're persistent. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think this is good. The minus thrust is kind of tough here, but we get weapon damage and plating is a flat reduction in hull damage. Since we're using Gemini protocol, we're sharing all damage between hull and shields when applicable, and so that's just less damage taken for each hit. We should now be at 4 plating, 4.5 plating. Ow. Interesting that this thing doesn't hit us unless we're decloaked. All right, we cruising. I feel like I'm gonna be forced to take volley here pretty soon. Let's see. Okay, charge mines, thank you for showing up. Okay, now instead of us charging our weapon, which we weren't doing anyways, because we get a bigger bonus to damage from our own cloaking bonus. Now our mines are going to charge up. Shooting out fully charged mines. Oh, look how big they are. Look how many splinters they make. Spectre provides the bonus for all shots on the salvo, provided you're cloaked when you begin the volley. That's why salvo and Spectre work so good together. I don't believe that bonus applies to your mines, though. All right, broke a mill again. Very nice. Well, out of the things that are showing here, I'm definitely just going to take another heavy caliber. Let's go. Yeah, well said, Tedor. Exactly. charge shot is up to 30% damage, and size, which does affect splinter, but the cloaking bonus is up to 250% weapon damage, which, as it turns out, is a lot of weapon damage. Welcome back, Doohabadoo. This build feels a lot safer than my last attempt at this build, but safer is a very relative term right now. I guess my defense is a little better than the last time I did this build. Cool, we got the loot out of that. Wonderful. Oh, he absorbed all the damage for his buddy. They're working together, watch out. Dude, I thought that was him popping off his shield and I was dead. I guess I'm gonna take last stand here. Yes, fire rate is the rate at which missiles are stockpiled, correct. I'm gonna take calibrate here. Oh, plus 5% thrust on this? Okay. Calibrate's like pretty okay with salvo. The thing is that projectile velocity and projectile targeting are two stats that fight against each other. I'm still gonna take it though. Let's go to some more concentrated single target volley. Oh yeah, the missiles aren't that fast anyways. It's actually fine. This might allow us to take more heavy calibers. I guess to say I generally rate calibrate pretty neutral with salvo. But right here, it does increase velocity, letting us take more heavy caliber if it shows up. Though, how many more levels are we really going to get here? Not too many. Yo, look what showed up. My dude. Bigger, slower missiles that do more damage. Hey there, Rise Rise. Okay, almost dead. Huh. Wave 260 immediately devastated. All right. GG. It's a nasty wave right there. Should have blinked away instead of into, but that's how it goes. I don't think there's really anything I would change on that build. We got really fortunate with the upgrade tree that we got. Only possible difference would maybe be dropping shields altogether for the rapid reconstruction. Also, do try to imagine there if we would have got either the 3 times wild mod or 4 times wild mod, and then got like 4 defiances or something like that. That would have been a very standard improvement. Very good. All right, guys, we're going to slide into the Spelunky 2 daily. It's yesterday's daily, but we got it available. Swapping the title here. We'll run a prediction this morning too. Why not? Why not? We'll just start that right now. Will the daily run make it to 725? Yes or no? 725 is all the way through the main game and 21 levels through Cosmic Ocean. Give that one 10 minutes. All right, here's my main man, Jay. How you doing, bud? Get this drone out of here. All right, while you guys get your predictions in, and before we play our customary Penguin in the Hole and other critter festivities, just going to take a short break here around the 6-hour mark of our morning stream. Stretch my legs real quick, use the restroom, grab some water. Encourage you all to do that same thing. Just be back in just a couple minutes, kick off the Spelunky 2 daily from yesterday. Gonna be a good one, I can just tell. Alrighty, we have returned. Thanks for your patience during that brief one right before I stood up there. Paper Gal, thanks for 9 months. And as I return, Fellbound, thanks for 45 months. Here we go. It's time for some Penguin in the Hole. Ooh, nice toss, Jay. Alright, Dung Beetle going up the shaft towards the chair, but how high? Nice toss, Jay. Well, okay toss. All right, time for the cricket toss. Up the ladder, 180, turn around, chair, sit down. Here we go. Let's try it again. Sometimes the cricket comes out of your hand weird. I get it. All right, wily cricket today. I guess we'll see how it goes. Spelunky 2 daily begins right now. Okay, if I do this, I can get out. Tough noggin on that guy. Dang. Get out of here, you mole. Okay. I got no info on this daily, but it is an older one. Still the one from technically yesterday. All right. Okay, Mr. Mole. Okay. I'm outta here. Yo, Striker L, thanks for 97 months and an 87 streak. That's quite impressive. Thank you. Turkey, here's the thing, Turkeymans. How can I rescue you when you're dead? I can't. Alright, I'm gonna go abscond with this statue real quick. Don't run mad now. Oh, snap. I want those. Okay, we got the gloves, so we'll get back up here, no probs. Okay, I'm gonna go Volcana on this daily. One, because it's old and getting the info is not as important. Oh no, never mind. My man Jay's dead. I really wanted to free that turkey, but I think it might have been pretty close to impossible. That's okay, it is Spelunky after all. Let's grab a new character here. Yes, refund time indeed, because the time did not end. All right, we'll do a new prediction. Only 5 minutes this time. Same prediction. Will the run make it to 725 or not? We'll call that one a fluke. Those things happen. I'm gonna put 5 minutes on this prediction. Good luck, everybody that re-wagers on the success or failure of this run. Oh, who are gonna run as today? Dang, lots of good choices here. Cool characters, man. I think NECA deserves a go. What? What? My controller configuration just reset? By golly, it did. Okay, what did I have this on? This was L2, left trigger. That's right. This was jump. Attack is right trigger. That's all good. That was a weird one. All right, time for Penguin in the hole. Cricket, get over here. Okay, this time we're gonna get it. Here we go. Not quite. Got in the chair though. Oh my god. NECA, please. Alright, that cricket's too wily today, man. Too wily. Yo, Reginald, thanks for 44 months. Giesel, thanks for 62 as well. Appreciate that. All right, good morning to you, Dale. What's happening, man? What's happening? Ooh, don't run mad now. That's what happens. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no. Okay, last one here. We're gonna do a quick restart. Prediction stands. Just like that last one didn't happen. Except that it did. I'm gonna use a rope here. Wow. +2 ropes. Gonna be a good day. I'm just gonna rope down here. Oh. Gonna take a pass on that one, huh? Morph. Don't trust it. Yeah, I got some temptations right now, not gonna lie. Well, there's Hammy Mans. Alright, let's start heisting this up. Cool, actually got a way back there. Beautiful. Okay, compass gets. I wonder if I can get this mole up here in time. Let's find out. Get up here, you stinky mole. No problem. All right, what does that put us at? Where's this other turkey, man? Okay, one body's not gonna do anything. Other turkey's gotta be over there. That's tough. Did I just lock myself down here? I did. Let's go make this happen. Turkey's here? Okay, why did I do that? Hubris, that's why. We're gonna have just enough time to get Kapala here. Just barely. Alright, we had to use all of our resources, but we got Kapala. Neat. Whoa, that's a lot of spikes, man. Okay, I do have to consider that we have not seen the key yet, and I don't have a way back up, so let's make one here. Very interesting run. Ropes. Hell yeah. All right. Now we're in the business. Extremely challenging seed. Good job, Mole. Oh my god, stop it. Get me out of here. All right, staying alive. Get out of here. Yo, what's up, Percy? Bonk. Well, I've got 2 bombs, so I better cook this right. That was good. Feeling like a jungle run here, and gonna keep it that way because NECA's unlocked in the jungle. I'd spend resources to get that money, but I simply do not have them. That's good. Already have Kapala, so this guy is not going to help us. No help required. Alright, I'm currently in the jungle with no shoes on. Ooh, I want to get this paste, but... yeah. How do I do this? I'm gonna spin one of my ropes, and I'm gonna take damage. That's how we're gonna do it. Was Pupper here? Pupper was there. This guy can help me out. He's helping! Oh, hell no. Alright, let's forget that. Get off me. I would use my last rope there. I would. Alright, if our challenge is on this level, I gotta be really careful. Whoa, buddy. Gotta be really careful here not to get myself locked in here. Meaning I cannot dig a hole with the mattock that I can't climb out of. Shouldn't be a problem, I just gotta be conscious of that. Alright, no item. Huh. Do, 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 do. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Got him. That hit a trap? No. Just made a noise I wasn't expecting. All right, here we go. Okay, black market is here. Let's see if we get any black market info from this area. Ooh, I don't know if I want to go down here. In fact, I do not, because I get trapped down there if I do. That'd be one way to end this run. I mean, I guess if it is over to the right there, it's just done. It's not good. Oh no, was it? Was me jumping there? No, no, it's not. It's down here somewhere. Right? Okay. Dude, what is this seed, man? What is this seed? 0 bombs, 0 ropes, and the black market. I don't feel like I was very wasteful. In fact, I was quite resourceful on this run. Alright, cool. Jetpack? No. Let's go see what's in the box here. Shotgun, alright, alright. Alright, let's get out of here. So you're gonna leave on the top side here. 12 bombs, 12 ropes, no Spelunky bucks, in a dream. Listen here, sir. Stop running mad. Alright, easy 16 health. Jelly time. Let's go. Oh, popping this urn's gonna be great. Definitely don't want to have no Spelunky bucks. It's a bad time. Get me out of here. Can't carry the present through the back layers, though, so it's a good idea, though. Not a reality for this run. At least not yet. Yikes. Really? That's sure a thing you could do. You're right. I'll be going this away. Oh, Sir Marie and Spelunky 2 are probably right around 1K hours, about 750 on PC and the rest on PlayStation. No hour count on PlayStation. Actually, looks pretty profitable in there. Let's go. And a little over 1,000 in Spelunky HD as well, so about 2K hours in the Spelunky franchise. Yeah, for sure, Spelunky's let me know who's boss today. It's not me. Alright, let's do this. Little ropes. I was gonna use those, Olmec. I was gonna use those. That'll do. Bit of a tight fit, but we'll make it. Knew that wasn't a real dead guy, you could just tell. It looked good, it is good. All right. Straight down. Straight down one more time. Up against the side. Straight down. Up against the side. Got him. You can end the game at Tiamat. You can also end the game at Hundan Be Awesome instead. Though I'm going to say there is a 0% chance if somebody's playing Spelunky 2 for the first time, they're going to get a victory. That'd be almost an impossibility. But yes, you could even get to Cosmic Ocean on your first run, technically. Everything's unlocked from the get-go. There's no gated progression in this game. It's just an immense difficulty hurdle you gotta get over. Okay, well. Interesting no reveal noise there. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, gloves will save us here. Kind of. Would have been wise to grab the parachute on that one. Here we go. All right, hover pack something. Man, alien hover pack technology right into a boomerang. That's real gambling right there. Okay, that was where the statue was. Okay, here we go. Probably just gonna bomb here for my safety. Let's. Oh, hey, spike shoes right here. Nice. I almost lost the hover pack there, which would have been fine, but saw that coming right in time. Okay, we did buy Hadgeet, so I might as well do this. You flipped your last flop, you son of a gun. Get back here, you floppy fish. Yes, you could hold on to the urn, or you could hold on to the priceless sword. Choose wisely. Where am I going to tarp this guy? Actually, down in here works out good. Let's do it. Come on down, bud. I am a little worried about him, I don't know, jumping on those spikes, but, it's gonna go around. I bet he's gonna jump on the spikes. Bravo, sir. Way to not impale yourself. I'm proud of you. Oh, let's do this the cool way. Wow, he lived? Amazing. Kneel down, sir. It's time to receive your honor. He's scared to receive the honor. Word is spreading of how I do this. Okay, well, he helped. He helped me once. That's all I need. Thank you for the adequate help, friend. All right, there we go. What we got here? Smiling wood snake. Smiling wood snake. Say Cape's a lot safer than Hoverpack, though they're completely different feels. Wouldn't say I prefer one over the other. All right. A lot of splodies happening down there. Whoa, as I was saying. Carry on. A pretty good haul here. Not two shaves. All right, this is high tile, so this will be good. Oh yeah. The juice is loose. Now you're juicing and loosing. Oh, guess it's not this way then. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Smiling wood snake. Smiling wood snake. That's the one. There's tall wood snake. Cool. There's simple wood snake. There's a smiling vortex. That's cool. That's cool. There it is, my dude. There's a crate in here? Awesome. What's that about? Web gun. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay, I mean, there's a shrine right here. Sign me up. All right then. Just a couple spark traps. I get it. Cool level, man. You know, if you like spark traps, it's a really cool level. All right, here we go. I will be changing out the hover pack for yellow cape here, I believe. Okay, challenge is right here. Awesome. Also, real quick, before I do the challenge, is there any shortcuts we can make here? That's one. Okay. Did I miss you guys earlier? I'm not sure if I did now. Dang morning brain. Reginald, thanks for 44. Giesel, thanks for 62. My bad. All right, this is our cape right here. That's the one. All right, 130. We should be able to get the statue here as well. That's nice. Bring the bow to the arrow, because that's how it loads. Plenty of time. Here we go. A store here? Really? There is. A little worried that went on a regrow block. We're fine, though. Listen here, grubs. All right, here we go. Cheesy rice. Okay, I already have pictures met. Yeah, let's just get out of here, huh? Cool. That's not the way. This is the way. Well. Is there water? No water. Wow, not even a single drop of water. Get double dunked. The Hundun has been undone. Well, our journey to Cosmic Ocean begins right now. Pretty good run here. I'm gonna take a very short break after this level if we survive. Should. Doesn't mean we will. Alright. Looks like I got a pretty small level here. Alright, level's wide. It's just not deep. Very tough jump. I'm just going to use the rope here. Really, I gotta say the orb has to be right here. There it is. Alright, we made it to Cosmic Ocean. Very good. About 7 hours into our morning broadcast here. Just going to stand up, stretch real fast. Use the restroom, grab some water. Encourage you to do all those same things yourself. Be back here in just a minute for some more Cosmic Ocean action. Been a very fun stream today. Thank you all for sharing this time and place. If I had a kitty, I'd show it to you, but I don't. Be back in just a minute for the continuation of this run. All right, we have returned. Cosmic Ocean continues right now. Okay, that's a wonderful last orb, and I'm going to leave it as such. Okay. Yeah, I'll use that for right now. Another good last orb here. Excuse me. I don't want hiccups right now. Figure it out, body. You know, I'm just gonna climb back the way I got here. This guy's gonna run mad, just you wait. He looks calm and cool, but he's real mad on the inside. Oh, snap. Not dead. Amazing. Lucky me. Lucky me. Or wide. That orb is guarded by giant crabmans. Yeah, better lucky than good. And sometimes we're both lucky and good. Level's weird, man. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Which apparently gets us nowhere. Alright. Alright, that's our last orb then. Oh god, that's true. That's true. Alright, bottom quarter exit, right on. Oh. Oh no, am I dead? I am officially not dead yet. Just had to test how bouncy I was, that's all. Wouldn't worry about it too much. Yes, the answer to how bouncy we are is very. Great last orb. Fine. there's two. Did I see the exit here? I sure did. It's right here. Where was exits at? There it is. Okay, how are we getting there from here? I was gonna do this. Oh no, that tadpole, that was so sad. Sorry, bud. Alright. Well, that's certainly our last orb here, and I'm just going to use a rope to simplify my life. I do enjoy me a good simplification. Today and every day. Okay, buddy, hey, I saw that, alright. Here's the thing. Nice try. One. There's two. Three. Okay, that's the third UFO in the starting zone. And we're only 12 levels in. Don't be a jerk, game. Ooh, I have a feeling that might have released some cheese sauce into the area. Just want to see the exit. Unlike last level, I'd like to know what I'm doing. If I may. Bottom left, then? Huh, where is this exit, though? Gotta be bottom left, right? Yep. Alright, let's create a situation that's safe for ourselves here. Start with this. Is this the edge of the level? This is it, right? What? Okay, well. Things are happening. That's one. Okay, here's two. Huh. Yoinks! Okay, the level is quite large. Oh, dude, I did that to myself. Don't worry, just testing my leg strength. They're sturdy. Wow, let's not activate all those. Thanks. Okay, I saw an orb on the, I saw something flash right there. Okay, so there's a good orb for last orb here. Check this out. Listen here, frogs. So we started? Sure is. It's a big-ass level, isn't it? Good with that. Bonk. Alright, these frogs figured out they did not. Okay. Okay, here's the exit. I'm just gonna, well, yeah, I'm gonna bomb this right here. Put a rope right here as well, just letting us know what's up. That's where it be. Okay, is there a spike chain there? No. Oh, there's a spike chain right there. Glad I peeked up there. Don't run mad now. World's most perforated mole over here. Nice. It's not 3, okay. Okay, so I've already been over there. There's not too many places for this orb left to be. You know, let's just use some resources here. Dwelling is not the normal place to use resources, but it's as good as any. As long as the job gets done. There's 1. There's 2. Okay, there's the exit, bottom right. This level is a heckin' small one. Well, I could do an incredibly dangerous jump over this jelly, or I can use 1 bomb. Let's use 1 bomb then. Oh good, more of this. At least there was no starting UFO this time. I say as 5 UFOs show up. No bigs, no bigs. Well, let's go ahead and do this. Ow. Boy, I feel like there's cheese sauce gonna arrive here pretty soon. That's what I feel like. Let's leave that one for last there. Little ropes. Hey, it's our first temple. First temple on 724 is a pretty blessed run, to be honest. Okay, this level's even wider than this. Yeah, alright. There's one. Here's the exit. With double summoner inside. Okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Boy, how many summoners are on this level? 14? 18? I don't know. All right. Okay, got that one. Sniped. Huh. Almost has to be here, right? Curse B, get him out of here. Alrighty. Later, Tater. Whew. All right. We made it, closing the prediction right now. Congratulations, believers. Enjoy those sweet downer points. All right, I'm just going to throw out a new prediction right now. Will the run make it all the way to 799? So it's going to be for the next 74 levels. Can we complete 74 more levels of Cosmic Ocean? Ankh is intact. Health's a little bit grim, but good resources, good equipment. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to have a quick bite to eat, which is already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. Let's be back in just a minute for the continuation of this run. Good luck to those that re-wager. All right, I guess I forgot to start the prediction. That's okay. I'm going to put a 5-minute timer on this one. Good luck, everybody that does re-wager. My bad. It's there now. Slurp. Okay, a little double bubble right here. I like that. Dubsin and Bubsin. Yeah, I was going to rope right here too, because I can. I got resources. I'm going to use them. No. Places I don't want to be. Right here. There's one. There's two, and the exit's got to be near here. There it is. Slurp. All right, so I saw the exit. Let's go ahead and just look here. You know what? Forget this is an old reversey candidate right here. Classic old reversey right here. Does this need any additional clearing? Oh my god, yes it does. It's so sticky. Alright, rather than activate these arrow traps going to the outside of the level, I'm just going to bomb in. Just setting off that one arrow trap could start a cascading failure on this level. It's that one too. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, I'll do this. Alright, so this level's not deep, or not wide, but it's deep. That's orb 3 right there, I believe. That's orb 3 right there, I believe. A lot to unpack here. Yo, Kadung, thanks for 112 months of support. That is quite an amount of time. Thank you for always being a wonderful part of this channel and community. Appreciate you very much. This guy, he's always running mad. Oh, that's a bomb. Oh good, more of this then. Oh good. You know what, I'm just gonna plop a bomb right here. Just gonna simplify that. Top right exit. Yoinks. Alright, just a couple spark traps. Just a few. Oh my god. Places I don't want to be right here. Attendant, I'd like off the ride now. What do you mean the ride's already started? You can't let me off. What do you mean? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we're gonna health up here. After healthing up, there's no amount of bombs I can spend here that'd be incorrect. Good morning, Zealousy. What's happening, man? Sounds like a good start to the day, Zealousy. Yo, SPC10, thanks for 52 months. 5-2. Stopping at 90 here. I didn't see, Oh, he dropped a diamond. Neat. That's a good last orb. I can see all 3 orbs in one convenient location. My favorite. My favorite. Okay. You know what? One more. I was planning to use like 12 bombs here. That's just not necessary. Might as well use 3. Very nice. From 27 health to 90 health. Oh no, we're fine. It was cool. Listen here, ma'ams. Listen here. I said listen here. Cease with the shenanigans. Okay. See, that's getting a little bit silly now. I lost 10 health there? I believe it. I believe it. Must be Spelunky. Alright, that's going to be our last orb. I need to set this up proper, though. Maybe this is going to be our last orb, then. Yeah. Oh no, there's a cat on the loose? Oh no, don't do that. That's your fault, man. Okay, that was 2 then. Crocoman's right here. I'm gonna bomb here. I'm gonna let the Crocoman down. Just like that. I see the cat or nah? Me scared. Okay, there it is. It's the 4th level that's had a UFO right in the beginning of Neobab, and look what it did. You broke the cardinal rule, so you never cover, never stir, never boil the cheese sauce. You stirred it and boiled it. You think this is a game? Cheese sauce is gonna be all stringy now. take those. It's 2. Alright, alright. Alright, this is where the cheese sauce accident occurred. That's 1. Boy, I don't like that orb location. I'm gonna do it this way. There's 2. Oh, that felt like maybe the exit was right there. Oh, it's right here instead. And orb 3's right here too. Beauty. Butte. You know what? That's a bombing. Let's clean this up. Okay, we did not jostle the other egg sac. Good. Okay, I saw an arrow trap go off the edge, so I'm a little bit terrified of the side here. I'm just going to use one more bomb and float down. It's a straight shot to the exit. All reverse, he would have worked here too, but... Yo, SD, nice to see ya. Glad you could make it today. Hey, 12 bombs? Hell yeah. Liking that. Okay, here's Orbo 3. Just gonna pop it. Okay. Get me out of here. No. Okay, we're fine. Lucky I bombed that guy. Yeah, let's just clean that up again. We're about a third of the way through Cosmic Ocean. I still got like 80% of the resources I came in with. We can afford to splurge a little. Ooh, okay. Listen here, bud. Is this one of those jungles that we have to bomb into? Yeah, sure looks like it, huh? Let's go. Wow. Smile. Oh, well, I did that. That's okay. Is my cape still on my back? I think it is. Ooh, it's not. Alright, let's use another bomb here. We're gonna jostle the cape over. Maybe? Fine. Yes, that was a very, very clear case of humanitis. Where is this last orb? Oh, it's right here. Okay. It flew off my body. I get it now. Where is this orb at? It's gotta be in here. No. There it is. Get me out of here. There's two. No, I'm gonna be upset at that death. It's just a missed input. I was looking to the far right at the side of the screen, and I hit a series of inputs that I thought was gonna make me float below the jelly, but I was still hung on the wall. So, just a very clean mistake. Nothing too upsetting about it at all. That's what the Ankh is for. Okay, I mean, this is a good last orb. If I can leave it there, I can. Okay, here's 3. Oh my god, the 5th level! The 5th one! With a UFO right at the beginning of Neobab. Wow. Wow. How can I be mad when I'm so impressed right now? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna bomb that as well. This level was made for bombing. Okay, that was 2, not 3. Fair enough. Here's 3. True that, Ferret Bomb, true that. I make a choice not to be. Compass, whatever, already got that. Ooh! That one's already gone off. That one is not. Yo, Storl, thank you so much for 59 months of support. Much appreciation. Let's grab this. Boomerang can be a very nice tool for reclaiming health. There's 2 right there. Okay. Okay. Later, Tater. One. What a level, man. That was it, huh? Oh, hey, what's up? Whew, that's a big one. Heckin' chonker right there. Alright, that's gonna be the last orb. Hey, back to the type pool. Nice to be here. All right. Thought I made it very clear to 86 floppy fish off the menu. Why is nobody listening? Ramazan, that was not this run, but 754 was the jetpack on the daily a couple days ago. Oh no. And this is not a daily either. This is 3 then? Yeah. Here's the thing. Just a little feller over here trying to get by, alright? Just a little feller. Oh, hell yeah! We juicing. Just nice to be above 10 HP, really, because then if we get hit with an explosion, I don't know, maybe a UFO at the start of a Neobab, then we don't die right away. It was a good set of levels there, Ed Steve. Thanks for noticing. This level appears to be pretty small. I think I saw the ceiling, and I definitely saw at least one orb to the left. Yeah, I thought it was 2 as well, Poison. I know I saw 1. Alright, I'm gonna stop at 2 minutes here. Let's just say I stop at 80 health. How about that? That'll simplify things. Gonna pick a number or pick a time. Can't pick both, though. Alright, 80 will do. Okay, there's 1. Okay, I saw a Cato here. Bop it. That might loop around. It didn't. And we definitely saw an orb on the right-hand side as well. Okay, here's the exit. Beauty. Okay, yeah, this level is only 2 tall. Nope. Gotta be over here, top left. Nah? Orbo 3, where are ye? What? There ye are. Okay. Okay. That was a very dangerous level, but in exchange for all that danger we occurred, that we got up to 80 health. It was a very nice thing. Now at the level, if I did become poisoned, I could definitely get through it without losing all of our health. Wouldn't even be a mad dash, just have to keep a steady pace. Which we've been doing anyways. Oh man. If you are new to Cosmic Ocean, this is the optional final challenge of the game. We have to find the 3 orbs per level to release the jellyfish from the door and then exit from there. Jellyfish is a one-hit kill, and at the 3-minute mark, a second jelly will appear to chase us, similar to the normal time limit for the regular ghost. Okay, here's last orb, and where does this put the exit? Right above it. Okay. It's like a great time to use a rope. You know, I'm not convinced. I am now. He's gonna swing right. Just really didn't want him swinging left, and then I head left as well. That would have been bad. That's orb 3 then. Just bomb right here. Okay. I almost died. That is the 3rd orb right there. You know, I did that jump because I wanted to try it. Not because it was a good idea. You know what? Where you at, you stinky jelly? Okay, right there then. Cool, cool. Great to know. It's not here? Oh, it's right below. Got it. Oh. I see it. You know, I'm gonna bomb here. That little section there had a rather accursed feel to it. Yeah, probably wouldn't recommend making that jump. There's really no requirement to. It's just, you know, a thing I did. Never know till you try and all that. I think that jump without cape would fail, which makes it really dangerous, because that means that if I didn't tap hover fast enough, we would have died there. Okay, here's the exit. I saw orb 3 over here somewhere. There it is. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna use 2 bombs up here. We got him. Let's also make sure this exit is actually cleared. Looks good. Looks good. Oh, did I just release water? Son of a gun, I did. That would be true, Lopex, but if you ran out of resources here, it'd mean you mismanaged them at some point during your run. You get 24 bombs and ropes from the challenge, and up to 5 crates can spawn per Cosmic Ocean level. So that'd be a get good situation. let's go ahead and do this. Any thwomps in here? No? Alright, cool. That's a good last orb. Gonna leave that there. Okay, that was the orb. I almost went and popped it there for no reason. It'd be much more likely that you get locked out of, like, the black market or something from lack of resources than it would be to not be able to get an orb in Cosmic Ocean. Okay. Okay, I see. You know, that's just a bit much for me. If you're playing efficiently in Cosmic Ocean, you often gain resources. Let's put it that way. Oh, that scared me, bud. Don't do that. Listen here, bud. Don't scare me like that. Okay, 86 floppy fish, son of a gun. No, sir, it was the special 2.5 weeks ago. You can't order floppy fish. We don't have it. Unbelievable, this guy trying to order floppy fish 2.5 weeks ago is special. Oh my god. Oh, really? Okay. I see then. Hold on, did I just make a cheese sauce accident? Did I see that right? Did I done goof? If I goof-a-ronied the run? No, we're good. Okay. That was one too many ropes there. Good. You know what? Why not one more then? Why not? That wasn't orb 3? Uh-oh. Spaghettis. Get me out of here. Oh. Here we go. Got a lot of Neobab on this run. I don't mind. Okay. Bonk. Alright, gonna do this then. And this. This is a heist. What? Me forgot where exit is. Found it. Oh, good. Poison spit. Gonna chill here for a sec. Just having a hang. That's a pretty stupendous last orb. That's 2. Hey, Ice Caves, how you been? Oh, that's how you been, I see. Sorry it's been so bad. Just let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Here's a little tip. If there's a crate anywhere inside Tide Pool that's not in like a normal location, like in a cubby, it's a crab. Even if it isn't a normal location, might still be a crab. It's 2. Bonk. Listen here, bud. Okay, that crab fell off the edge, which means we now have a poison crab problem. That is 100% a crab. Huh! That wouldn't have killed me, it was still scary. Okay, what is this? This is where I'm going in. Okay, it's only 3 wide, so bottom right-ish has to be the orb here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that was a good last orb. Let's throw an explosive and then duck and cover. Got really scared that was the last orb that got popped. But it wasn't. Alright, let me figure out how we're doing this. Okay, I see it now. Do. Yikes. Okay, there's that. That's orb 2 right now. Let's find the other one because that makes a really good last orb. Maybe that is the last orb. Nah, I was right. The old noggin's on top of it this morning. Here we go. What do? All right. 798 is the last level of Cosmic Ocean, so it goes for 94 levels from 7.5 through 798. That was 1 orb. Singular. Here's 2. This level is very interwoven. Wow, Arrow Trap City right here. Population me. What? Okay, where's this last orb at? Gotta be right above here. Gotsta? Gotsta. Yoga Sadler, thanks so much for 4 months. Appreciate that Prime continuation. Thanks so much for that. Okay, let's go over here then. Bonk. It's 2. Very rare for orbs to be automatically popped in Tide Pool compared to other levels. Anywhere that has arrow traps is a lot more likely. Though not the only way, and they can be automatically popped here. It's like, this probably isn't a crab, but it could have been. This location's kind of cursed for a last orb. This is probably a crab, though. It's not. Wow. Holy crap, this level's cursed. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, this puts our last, or puts the exit bottom left. I'm gonna put a bomb here. Not bottom left. Where is this exit at? Alright, I'm going to pop the orb, and I'm going to observe where the jelly comes in from. What? What? That didn't make any darn sense. Here it is. Hey, Jassa, man. What's good, man? Hailstorm, thanks for 65 months. Thanks so much for that continued sub support. Hope you're doing amazing. Bonk. Okay, that's 2. You know what? This is fine. Well, that's 2 then. Here's orb 3. Okay, it's right here then. Right on. Oh, that would have been a great last orb had I been observant. Okay, last orb over here then. Gotta be right here. Oh man, fresh threads? Hell yeah. That cave was getting ratty. New threads, pretty blessed occurrence. That's all I'm saying. Good smug sub, El Nub Nub. What's happening? Lots of cool people coming out to the stream today. I should not be jumping upward here. Let's fall through, in fact. Jumping upwards how to die in Volcana because you get smashed by the spike orbs. These things. Yo, Orb 3 is right next to the exit. I like that. I like that a lot. Bonk. Okay. All right. Bomb, rope. A quick swamp check. No swamp, right on. I was closer than it should have been. Get blasted, you stinky crab. Is this 3? I feel like this is 2. Yeah. That's 3, and it's in a cursed location. Alright, I'm gonna bomb here. That's how we do. That's an acceptable last orb. I'll leave it. Oh, dude. He almost threw me. After 798, you get a special constellation based on your run, special music track, and a huge sense of accomplishment. Well, that's a doozy. Guess we're blasting then. All right. Okay, that's where the exit is. I'll keep that in mind. Actually, I can leave that as a last ore if I clear this properly. Bonk. That will be an even cleaner last orb. This one might be cleanest. Nah, the one below is better. It's bomb. Don't run mad, sir. Bad things happen when you run mad. Just thought I'd rope down here to tell you that. Why didn't you listen? Okay. Cast 2. Woo! That one's already gone off. That's fair. That's fair. Oh no! Stand up, NECA. Okay, we're good. Just a little close. Wouldn't worry about it too much, but I definitely worry about it. It's okay. All Cosmic Ocean runs have moments like that where it's just a little bit out of your hands. Just a little bits. Well, somebody had to do it. There is no scaling difficulty in Cosmic Ocean, no. Levels are generated in a grid, the smallest being 2x3 and the largest being 7x7. So difficulty on levels can vary greatly. But you can get a 7x7 on your first level or your last level, or none at all. Ooh, that almost hit me. Okay, is this the exit right here? No. Where is it? Yeah, alright. Yo, Chell Dog, thanks for 46 months. Much appreciation. Okay, orb 3 is bottom left. Let's go ahead and old reversey this. There's one. Two. Here's three. I don't know where my exit is, though. This being Neo Babs, I think I don't care. I think I'm just going to pop this whatever happens. I saw it. Awesome. Very cool. Good old power pack. I'm gonna bomb in here. Okay, there's an orb and I saw Jelly Tail as well. Alright. Yikes. What a level. I feel like I saw an orb in here. I guess not. Yeah, we got a good read on where the exit is at least. There's a tadpole falling here? The hell? It's fine. It's 2, not 3, huh? Alright. Gotta be like somewhere in the middle here. There it is. Not feeling this is terribly safe to drop down. What choice do I have? Lots of choices, but I chose the dangerous route. What's up, Too Close? Alright, it's a very adequate last orb. Good. Hold on, was that? No, that was the other one. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, snake is falling through. I was not prepared for that thwomp. Not even a little bit. Guess 2 then. Okay, here's the exit. Beautiful. There's poison. Not so beautiful. Okay, this is 3 right here. Dude, that did not come in the angle I thought it was going to. I'm alive. Some close calls. Must be Cosmic Ocean. Okay, very top right. You know, I'm gonna do an old reversey here. I got a feeling there's gonna be some orbs up here. There's 1. There's 2. Okay, that's also a poison arrow. Which looks like it's already gone off, but I still don't trust it. I'm gonna leave that for last. We can just drop onto it. The exit, that is. Yo, what's up? Okay, this level's not big. Bonk. Okay, that was ill-advised. It's 2. Alright, I'll use a rope on that exit. Easy. There's 1. Hey, there's the exit right there. So that'll be our 3rd orb in the corner. Neat. Nice jump there, Jiangxi. Huh. I got resources. I'm gonna use them. There's one. Oh, hey, that was a perfect last orb. Not quite as good as this one, though. The reperfecting begins again. Oh, there's a Yeti right there. Okay, I heard an orb pop. Was it the one near our exit, or... Nope, we're good. Excuse me, sir, can I borrow your bod? There's one. Bonk. Here's two. Cool. Crab or no? Oh, that's what I need on 790. A spicy kitty running over my lap. That's what I needed. Yes. You read my mind, Daisy Blazy. Read my mind. Yeah. Totally want you to ram my hands right now. That's good. Appreciate that help. Listen here, cat. I love you, but it's like you know. She's just a good kitty who wants treats an hour and a half early. Keep dreaming, lady. Keep dreaming. Alright, I'm gonna throw something at that. Probably a bomb, in fact. Okay. Well then. Pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that's fair that didn't hit it. You know, fair. Definitely reconsidering all of my life choices right now. Alright, new plan. Nothing 6 bombs can't fix. Two. Here's 3. Machete, perfect for chopping up a crab. Rope right here, marking where the orb is. Go find our exit. Oh, this is a big level. We've just learned. This it right here? No. Pinpin, why are you joining the Trolley Kitty Brigade? Stop it. Daisy's being a bad influence on you. Whatever. I use the shield sometimes, but not right now. Okay, this is it right here. Fine. Oh man, what a level here. It's big and very dangerous. This is the kind of level that a less experienced Cosmic Ocean player gets in time trouble on. One just like that. Certainly caused me plenty of time troubles. Clearing quickly enough to be safe, I think, is the first major hurdle for getting better at Cosmic Ocean. It's no small task. This level has a very particular feel to it as well. Oh no. Everything's fine. Where are these orbs at? Her spider? Oh my god. I didn't even want a regular spider. Give me a break. That's one singular orbo. It's two. Alright, so I've already cleared through here. It's another monster level. Jeez. There it is. I'll use 45 bombs if I want to, dang it. Oh, missed that. Missed that big time. Later, Tater. Grumpy Old G, thanks for 78 months, 6.5 years of support. Appreciate that resubscription. And Johnson Unit, thanks for 102. Thank you. That sure sounded like Orb 2 to me. Could have been 1, though. Could have been. Can take a quick peek over here just to check. think that is going to be 3. I was wrong. Why we double check? Yo, Ancient Guru Han, thanks for 82 months. We can only hope. We can only hope. All right, there's Orb 3 and the exit. That's a bombing. Oh, good. All right, not a big level here. Okay, there's Orb 3. You know what? 1 more for good measure, then. 2 more for good measure, then. All right, Neobab, you love to see it. There is a cheese sauce accident waiting to happen here. And there it is. And there it is. It's like I knew. Here's Orb 3. Let's just, or Orb 2. Figure out where the heck the exit is from here. It's not on this side, so it's going to be over here. There it is. All right, Volcana 798. So out of all the levels we can get for 798, this is definitely one of the better ones. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy level. Doesn't mean we can't die here. There are instant death sources in Volcana for sure. All right, here's a sequestered orb. You know, that's going to make a very good last orb, so I'm going to leave it as such. I just saw one above the other side of the exit, too. All right. There's one. We're going to loop back around the top to the left-hand side now. Just having a little looky-loo. A lot of lava on this level. Dang, a lot of lava on this level. Go. Yo, GG. I think the constellations are bugged in this current patch. I don't care what constellation we got. That was win number 15 and a pretty cool Cosmic Ocean. Our 5th Yellow Cape only of our 15 victories. That definitely calls for some dapper time. Feels good because it is good. Hey there, OBS Jim. Nice to see you, man. Appreciate you a lot. Hey, history. Thanks so much for that $5 donation and that kind message during our victory. And Sir Raymond, thanks for 74 months. Oh man. That was a good one. I think that was actually our fastest run ever. I am not and never will be a speedrunner or going for speed on the run, but we've definitely had an escalation in how fast we're clearing just due to experience. All right, congratulations, believers. Ooh, enjoy those sweet doubter points. Enjoy those. Dear Journal, I was law-abiding, I was a queen, I liked pets. I took my first damage in 1-2 from a cable and a stinky mole. Survived death once, slayed Kingu, the queen's consort. My skill, knowledge, and bravery allow me to become one with the cosmos. Until my strength gives out, Nekka the eagle. Pretty sweet. There it is, that's us. Listen here, baby kitty, you don't get so grumpy behind me all the time, okay? Don't gotta be so grumps. Man, what an awesome run. All right, well, we're not quite done yet. I still got some energy left. Let's head into a couple Bloons attempts here. All right, before we head into Bloons TD6, I'm just going to stand up, stretch real fast, take a very quick break. Encourage you to do the same. Be back here in just a minute for some more fun. Please do enjoy this kitty if she does decide to stay there. Oh, we got a Pin as well. Let's swap the cam over here then. Oh, yeah. Pin's not going anywhere right now. I guarantee it. Daisy, though, she might get up. What do you think, Daisy? Daisy loves Bloons. All right, catch y'all in just a moment for some more fun. Alrighty, we have returned. Let's head into some Bloons TD6. I think we're gonna do some chimps attempts here, maybe on the new map. Gonna grab Sauda for this attempt, I think. We had a pretty good thing going last time we attempted here. So it fell apart at the very end, 98, 99 even. Okay, we are not on auto start, good. This time I'm going to put Sauda up top. I think is going to be better placement. We'll leave more room for primary stuff down here. See how long she can handle here. If I can put a ninja down next, that'd be awesome. Okay, we got a slip. Alright, let's put Ninja right here. This is gonna be Sticky Bomb Ninja at the end, but right now, it's gonna be Camo. I'm gonna make it a 201 Ninja Monkey. Yeah, no set schedule right now, external, though, as you guys will notice, there will be a stream most days. If there's not going to be a stream, I'll update on the Discord. Just doing that instead of having a set schedule. If I'm up early, I'll stream early. If not, we'll stream around our normal time between 12 and 1. Or thereabouts. Some days maybe a little more flexible, too. Just kind of going with the flow right now. Though, as I'm sure you've all noticed, I'm rather a creature of habits, so we end up falling into a lot of the same routines. Alright, so he's going to go here, and he's going to be a designated buffer for these two units. That's his job. Going to put him on strong as well. Daisy, you're such a naughty kitty sometimes. Alright, gonna round up some Berserker Brew here. Oh yeah, Penny's crazy for that Silvervine stuff. I think it smells kind of like capsaicin, but it's not spicy. Alright, this is set up for now. That's all we needed. Alright, so now I would like to get away with putting huts down here to create a discount zone for the primary monkeys. That'd be the dream. So one here and then one right next to it. I am a wee bit concerned about our Moab popping ability, but it's going well. All right, we got some rounds here. All right, what's our Moab killing plan here? I know Sato at Berserker's Brew and a fighter jet plane can do the work, but do I really want to invest in fighter plane? 36 goddess. Alrighty then. I think that start was pretty darn stable. This is Chimps. We still have Apocalypse left, though, which is no big deal, I don't think, Bungie. Hey there, No Mercy. Welcome back, Stifler. Oh, hey, what about putting a hut here and a hut here? That might even work out better. And I can maybe squeeze a plane in between.
I am ready.
Right, 8 is where there was slippage last time. We put this here because we want to make tack zone. Maybe it won't slip this time. Maybe my placement's good enough. It's not. I don't think there's any way for that placement to be, quote, good enough. GIF monkey. You know, the track coverage is actually better right here. After I get the top upgrade. Debatable before we get Seeking Shuriken, though. Reactor could work here, Krajabul, but I think the optimal strat for this map, I think, is going to be having a camo hut anyways. Shimmer Mage up top would accomplish the same effect for a little cheaper, I think. With the range increase, it's only covering a small portion of the track. Bloons, that is. Okay, you're on strong and put you on camo priority here. Flash Mortar is probably cheaper than Shimmer Mage, but Shimmer Mage is more effective at stripping camo. Depending on the map. Definitely on this one, where it comes in from two sides. I think Mortar would be a little bit slow to get all the camo off. Not that that's a concern here. Shimmer Mage got a pretty considerable range buff in the latest patch. Now, on a map like Moonbase, the Mortar would be just as effective and cheaper. Maybe even better damage. Okay, let's take a look at this hut here. Well, I was thinking over to the side might be better for the hut, but I'm starting to think that's not true. I'm going to do a hut here and then a hut next to this hut on the right-hand side. And we can put the units that need MIB here. Well, no, I'd like full coverage on both. What about stacking the huts on top of each other? I bet we can do that. Put one here and then one right on top. Okay, this is an idea. It's in fact my idea. Okay, I didn't use the ability last time on 36. Let's not repeat that mistake. Oh, does it not fit? Oh, so close. Well then. Okay, if I just offset it a little bit, it does. Doesn't fit straight down, though. This will be adequate. Could luck out on buffs here, too. Okay. That bodes well. Okay, we got through 36-ish. Okay. I think for a simplification here, I'm just going to put down a sniper. Right back here in the corner. Alright. This sniper is going to be what? Let's go for full auto rifle. Definitely concerned about Moab damage too. Perhaps I should put down that plane up here. I really like this start. It's working out nicely. All right, I'm going to give this a go. That was a little scary. Ooh, this spot for the sniper is real cool. Yep, no winged monkey here on chimps. You got that right. It's a toughie, dude.
A captain approaches.
All right.
Ah, the power.
Full auto rifles, pretty good. All right, next I'm going to put down something I know I need down here, which is going to be recursive cluster cannon. I think this side will do. I'm going to put it here in the corner, in fact. Here. Oh, you know what I should do first is bigger range on this and get primary mentoring. That would have saved us a few bucks here. Listen here, bready spaghetti style kitty. Oh yeah, just run over there and be real cute like you do. Yeah, okay. You're such an epic troll. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get camo vision here now. Cool.
A captain approaches. My skills grow legendary.
All right, next up, I'm gonna grab Sticky Bomb Ninja. Sticky Bomb Ninja and Berserker Brew are going to be the remaining two things I'm buying outside of the discount zone. Yo, Notch Steve, thank you so much for 89 months and external. Thanks for 23 as well, a few minutes ago there. Much appreciation.
The mighty fall.
Okay. On our previous attempt, I was basically trying to cram everything into this area, and it was very difficult to manufacture a full composition down there. This is feeling a lot nicer, is what I'm getting at. Yo, Crumbshot, thanks for 17 months. Appreciate you.
The mighty fall. Getting stronger.
We may have a link to that Crystal Came. I don't know the command though. It's Sakura Art has done most of our emotes that are currently on the channel. We do have some from different artists such as Nohana and a couple others as well. But that's the bulk of them currently. Alright, so we learned here that we're not making Elite Defender before 63. Is fair. It's okay, we're gonna go Overdrive here. And then I'm gonna put down the Icy Boy right here. Icy Mans even. Should cover. Oh yeah, we're covered. I could have done that without the Ice Monkey. Definitely gets more damage per shot. Yes, Murder Hobo for the tier 5. Most definitely. Yo, Voxel, thanks for 60 months, 5 years of support. Thank you.
The mighty fall.
You know, I'm now realizing that Tax Zone might be better offset on one side so it fires earlier. Certainly an idea for an optimization.
The mighty fall. An enemy ready for battle.
Tax Zone does get a very large increase in range, though. Let's stay on this line. I'm going for Tax Zone next. Alright, we're zoning the tax. Yeah, I think just over a little bit here would be very good, very strong. Alright, it's going to go ahead and snap up MIB now. If I'm doing Tax Zone and Icy Monkey, we're definitely grabbing that. No question about it.
Getting stronger. The mighty fall.
Okay, it kind of fits here. That's good.
Rejoice in our victory. Rejoice in our victory.
Alright, not bad so far.
This one looks like a troll. Rejoice in our victory.
Shredded.
My skills grow legendary. Rejoice in our victory.
Looking a little bit suspect here, but you know, if we have a leak here, we can always do another round. It's not a not a big deal. All right, I'm gonna go here. And here.
Rejoice in our victory.
Alright, a little sketchy. I'm gonna grab this now. And then we're gonna save up for Icicle Impale. I got the grumpiest of sleepy kitties next to me. Yeah, it's tough being a daisy. Gotta wait for food. Even though you're already full, it's tough.
One looks like a troll. Now victory!
Is there room for a cannon in here? There is. Okay.
Now victory! Now victory! Now victory!
Not sure about the efficiency of this Neva Mist compared to another tower, but I wanted to see how it operated here. It's pretty decent. See how 90 fares. Nice. They just evaporated. The icicle impales out. Alright, here's an idea. I kind of want to put a glue gunner on one side to slow down Moabs for like 98. But I think I'm probably best off going for Moab Eliminator here with the remaining money we have. I could, though, go for primary expertise. I think if I'm going to go primary expertise, I want to go all primary monkeys here. Like instead of elite defender, go for a glaive monkey or something.
Now victory!
Well, stopped it for now. Good hold on 95.
The mighty fall.
Hmm. Oh man, it fits in here. I saw the pixel. I'm worried about wave 100 right now, but I'm more worried about the immediate wave 98. Let's see what happens. Yeah, okay.
Fight on.
I think a glue gunner on the side would have held that. Let's review the map real quick. I'm also not completely convinced of the effectiveness of tack zone here. Like, Glaive Lord might just function a little bit better than this. This is all good, though. That's some good upfront damage. Alright, let's do this again.
At the ready.
Does anybody know which way the bad goes? I think it goes to the right. Pretty sure. Hold on, was there no slip on wave 8 here? Did I see that right? There was, okay. I was just reading chat, so there you have it. Not paying attention. Classic me. One red, same as before. Ooh, Soudon Strong's an interesting idea. Let's try this. Leak or not, I think that's a good thing to put her on. Just the water portion of this ceremony. It'd really only be for creating more room for income in this case, as these portions are lower than the rest of the map.
My skills grow legendary.
'Kay.
Ah, the power.
$36 was the problem round last time. I'm just gonna grab a 1x discount to upgrade over here. Well, I gotta believe this holds. Not quite. Okay, with Sauda's ability, that would have. Could also just place one more unit there. Alright, let's give this one more try.
Axes at the ready.
Okay, let's try this Sauda on strong.
Ah,
Cool. Very good tip. Thank you, chat member. I wonder how Caltrops performs up here. Thinking, what if I cut the Alchemist up top? It's a lot of cash we could use on something else. Yep, can confirm Wall of Flame is very good, at least early. This guy's gonna be Relentless Glue eventually. Let's do this. Shimmer can be 100% camo coverage on this map. Also cheaper than Alchemist right now. A Sicker saying, thanks for 60 months. Appreciate that continuation. Thank you. All right, if we do have a leak here, what's going to cover the gap? Thinking Crossbow Master right here, firing down the line set on last, has got to be wicked powerful. One extra balloon, quick shots. I'm going to gain Inherent Pierce from the hut, so let's go this way. Oh yeah, there's leaks. Okay, last attempt here. Yo, Dumpster Gravy, thanks so much for 99 months. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for that continuation.
Ah.
See if we can just pull this off. Seems a stretch.
My skills grow legendary.
Yeah, I really stick with the same strategy for Chimps Attempts on red. Just kind of do it freeform. Depends on the map and stuff, but playing games is definitely not a rush to victory for me. Nothing wrong with forcing the same strat every time if you want to. That's a perfectly viable way to play. Just not my choice.
My skills grow legendary.
All right, let's put in a unit that we know does the work here. It's pretty cheap to get going too. We're just going to put in a Vine Druid. This should stabilize us quite nicely.
Ah, the power.
Listen here, little kitty. Listen here. less concerned about 36 now, especially with this druid down. I think we can slam the second discount hut.
Ah, the power.
What I am a little concerned about is my camo vision. I think this guy will solve it. I saw a better placement in here, I think. Yeah, I'm like 1 pixel off on the top one. That'll have to do. Oh yeah. It's a working system. Did I leave room for a plane in here? Yes, but I'm not going to put one there. All right. I know I'm going to have one main Moab sniper, so let's just start working on that. This will be our way forward. Might be in a little trouble here versus the Moab. I guess we're about to find out. We have enough, don't we? Almost. Here we go. Got him. I'm gonna put you on last. Going mid-path on the sniper for the spread in here. I think it's nicer for the more difficult waves. I don't think you're wrong. There are some downsides to it. Okay, improve rings, long range rings. Camo coverage looks all right. Put a recursive cluster in here so we know it's going to be good. I might actually want this like down here. It'll still reach the other side, right? Yeah, this is a better placement than up high. Stronger even. Not losing any track coverage this way. Bigger bombs. Let's grab Camo Vision 2. Nothing quite like the price of free here. Okay, I think after I get more glaives here and I get up to Maim Moab Sniper, we're kind of in the clear for a minute, because between Recursive Cluster and these two boomerangs, there's really not any cluster waves that are going to make it through. That's my feel. I love how those glaives are bouncing all the way up to the start of the map. I'm gonna try saving for primary expertise. There's a lot of good things we can do with that. It saves us even more money. Ham Solo, if you can explain your reasoning, why do you like faster firing on the sniper with two entrances? My thought, at least for this map, is I want one side to be more diffused than the other. Well, I'm not sure the middle path even helps that. Oh, right. I was like, what's going on with this wave? It's stunned. Hey, what's good, Quick Drama Crow? It's been a great one. Thanks for asking. A nice early start today. It's been a very fun stream. Nova Drift, Spelunky 2, and Bloons so far. Alright, moment of truth here. Do we clear 63? Darn tootin', we do. Alright, that makes sense, Ham Slow. Thanks for explaining your reasoning there. I get it. I think both paths are comparable here, but it's something good to think about. I also like the idea of the bottom path for more damage on the bad. Wave 100 is definitely a problematic wave for this map. Hey, Paramaniac, thanks so much for that continuation. Appreciate those 2 months. And resubbing with Prime. Huge and sincere thank you. Everybody does subscribe and resubscribe with Prime, keeping us full-time and no frills in our 11th year here on Twitch. But as I always say, whether you've been watching since day one of the 2-year livestream challenge or your first time tuning in today, just thanks for the time you're choosing to spend here. Appreciate that, Paramaniac. The primary village did get a buff in the latest patch. It fires much faster now, and it was already very strong, so I'm curious here. Good up, Cha-Cha. Nice stretchy pin-pin emote. I think that's one of my favorites. Comfy indeed. Dude, what couldn't we save for here? But this clears through 80, I bet. Alright, so this gives us popping power, ability cooldowns, and reduced further Tier 1 and Tier 2 upgrades for free. This would have been fine without putting the sniper down, so we could have waited to get the free upgrades on that. Not a big deal, just verbalizing a few things that we could have optimized here. This goes on strong. One thing I'd like to try here, which I think is going to be quite good, this may come back to bite us later, but I'm going to do this glue gunner on this side. Right here. Wow, you can get right up on the path. Whoa, that's cool. This guy is going to be Moab glue, relentless glue. And it has to be glue soak for that, otherwise it doesn't stick properly. My thought here is I want to offset the larger waves by staggering them with glue, so this side will be technically faster. In fact, let's forget the relentless portion of that for now. My next save here is going to be Crossbow Master, because I believe Crossbow Master here will shoot down this line and down this line very effectively, and that will also amplify our strategy here. So the range on Crossbow Master is something to behold. Glue will definitely give the hero more swings at Moabs, for sure. For sure. Definitely going to be a nice side effect. Catapult's super dope. Look at those pops, though. Thousands at a time. Oh, that's right. Sauda does do more damage to crowd-controlled targets. I forgot all about that. That is one of her abilities.
This one looks like a troll. Rejoice in our victory!
All right, 81 leaked. 81 is super ceramics, so we are light on ceramic damage. I mean, obviously we had money to spend here. I was saving for Crossbow Master, but I might forego for a different tower instead of Crossbow Master. If I was getting, like, if I could see upwards here and I could put Crossbow Master and get an entire half of the map, that'd feel a little bit better. Yeah, I don't see Juggernaut getting good bounces here, though. That'd be a decent spot for him. Yep, Super Monkey can shoot up cliffs with the new monkey knowledge, so I could even put a Super Monkey here with range. Ooh, that's an idea. I like Super Monkey a lot. Yep, since we're in chimps, the monkey knowledge won't work. It's very fair. I was thinking right here would be nice anyways. All right. All right, everybody, that's going to conclude our stream today. Thank you so much for the great time, wonderful company, and awesome conversation. Had an awesome 10 hours here playing some Nova Drift, Spelunky 2, and Bloons TD6. Good time with all games. Thanks for all your excellent tips and everything else. Do appreciate that very much. We'll be back and at it tomorrow. Just thanks so much for the time you chose to spend here today. As a reminder, going to run 3 minutes worth of ads here on the way out. The only ads I play for my entire broadcast. If those play, thanks so much. If not, thanks so much for the time you chose to spend here once again. Take it easy, everybody. Have a great one.